emphasis on education and skills development. And this has been a focus yesterday as well, and we know how crucial this is for Africa. We're going to have an incredible panel session, but before I welcome the panelists to come up and take their seats, allow me to ask the presenter to come up. It is Ambassador Ombeni Sefue, the former Chief Secretary of the United Republic of Tanzania, to share with us some thoughts and recommendations. A warm welcome, please, as he comes up. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. Julie tells me I have only 10-15 minutes, so if I could just stand on the established protocol. So I've been asked to talk about education and skills development in Africa. And we all heard yesterday that we are not very well on track to meet the SDGs, because globally it's only about 17% of the goals that that are on track. And if we talk about education, it's only about 58% of students worldwide have achieved minimum proficiency in reading, and this is data from 2019. But in sub-Saharan Africa, it actually declined from about 34% in 2013 to 30% in 2019. And that's it for reading. And when it comes to math, it declined from 15% in 2013 to 11% in 2019. And hardly any sub-Saharan African country has reduced learning poverty by over 50%. Most of them are below 50%. Now, to meet SDG 4 by 2030, Africa needs to enroll about 1.4 million children in early education, admit a new child in school almost every 2 seconds, and triple annual progress in primary school completion rate. And the context that was set yesterday is that these ambitious goals were set at a time when they were, the pillar was global solidarity, was multilateralism, was a rules-based international order. And that, as we all know, is under great threat. So that's the context in which we should evaluate our progress and strategize for the future. Now, Africa doesn't have to be despondent, because we have a lot that goes for us. We have a young population, as we had yesterday. Africa has the youngest population globally, with a median age of 19.3, compared to 30.9 globally. Population growth rate in Africa is 2.29%, compared to the global average of 0.8%. So with Africa's population of nearly 1.6 billion today, you can imagine where we'll be in 2015. But it's a huge asset, but it has to be nurtured, it has to be developed. It's not enough to have the numbers, but what kind of numbers does that mean? So that brings us to SDG 4, quality education. And quality education lies at the heart of all the other SDGs. You can't fight poverty without addressing education. An extra year of education can boost incomes in Africa by 12.4%. Just one more year of education can improve incomes by 12.4%. And for women, it's actually 14.5% if you give them an extra year of education, compared to 10% globally. So Africa has more to gain by keeping kids in school for just even one more extra year. So gender equality. With education, you improve family incomes, certainly. You manage fertility rates because girls stay in school longer. And also you improve a lot of other health indicators. Decent work, definitely. Our education system has to produce job-ready graduates with entrepreneurship. Climate, you need awareness, you need skills to deal with climate change issues, and for that, you require education. So what are the main barriers? Why are we not making greater progress? Now, one of them is equity issues. It's true that Africa has tried a lot to provide free education, especially in primary education. In the 1990s, 2000, most African countries abolished school fees in primary schools. As of March last year, 22 out of 47 countries in sub-Saharan Africa offer fee-free secondary school education. I say fee-free. I'm not saying it's free, because the fees, yes, you don't have to pay, but the other costs, uniforms, meals, transportation, and these hit the lowest income groups the most. The second obstacle is primary education completion. In some countries, less than 1 in 5 of the poorest children actually finish primary school. So that's a big challenge. The other challenge is resource constraints when you go to secondary school. Free secondary school education is much more expensive. The per capita costs are much higher. So you have to ask yourself, is free secondary school education feasible? Is it sustainable in Africa? Because if you want to do it, the budget is $39 billion per year between now and 2030. Then you have cultural and social barriers, which leads to high dropouts, especially for girls, early marriages, FGM, early pregnancies, families prioritizing boys' education than girls' education. So those are the cultural and social barriers. Then we have infrastructure challenges, energy, transport, washing and sanitation facilities in school, overcrowded classrooms, and insufficient teaching materials. So what key interventions do we need? One certainly is continuous and more robust investment. And we need innovative funding models. We have to find a way to address the non-fee costs. And certainly we need to invest much more, and how to finance that is a big issue. Then we have to look at technology. We have to embrace technology and artificial intelligence, ensuring there is greater access to e-learning platforms. And there are some countries that have done so, and we can see the results. Then we have to look at reforms again. We have to make policy shifts. We have to align our education system with labor needs, labor market needs. We have to strengthen STEM, science, technology, and mathematics. We need a paradigm shift as Africans to shift from knowledge generation for its own sake to life skills development that will give our young people entrepreneurial skills and critical thinking and problem solving. So when we talk of quality education, we have to address all those things. But also our focus should shift from the old school system and curriculum, especially at higher levels, so as to be able to churn out job creators rather than job seekers. Too many of our university graduates are out in the street looking for jobs. So the education they have is not enabling them to open businesses, to be job creators for those who didn't get the chance to go to university. And this is something we have to address. Then by investing in human capital, we know that we can unlock really the human the potential that our continent has in terms of its resources, in terms of its population, and this will lead to a more sustainable and prosperous future for everyone. Now, to achieve equitable access to quality education, we need to prioritize the following. One, as I said, is education funding. Africa is way behind the rest of the world. In 2021, Africa spent on a per capita basis $54 per student. In high-income countries, they spent $8,500 per capita. So you can see the huge gap. By the age of 18, in Africa, we would have spent $1,900 per student. And most of this goes actually just to paying teacher salaries. In high-income countries, by age of 18, they will have spent $117,000 per student, and it covers not just salaries, but all the essential learning materials. So education funding is key. Teacher training. On average, 15% of the teachers lack the minimum qualifications across all levels of education. And only 60% of pre-primary teachers meet the standards, compared to 90% in high-income countries, especially in Europe. In our primary schools, 70% meet minimum qualifications, while in high-income countries, it's 90 to 100%. So teacher training is absolutely key. Then our education must be inclusive and accessible schools. So providing for people with disabilities. By the age of 18, governments in sub-Saharan Africa ensure 8 years of schooling for our children, compared to a minimum of 13 years in high-income countries, which means a lot of our kids are still excluded from our education system. Technology and digital transformation. This is key. But in Africa, less than 1/3 of primary schools and half of secondary schools have access to electricity. So how are you going to leverage technology and digital transformation? So, in conclusion, let me say a few things. One, it's about the centrality of skills. Africa needs to improve its human capital to achieve economic transformation envisaged under Agenda 2063. But for that to happen, our investments in education must go beyond meeting what is included in SDG 4. We must go beyond SDG 4. It's true that foundational learning, focusing on literacy, numeracy, and core learning skills, is critical, as it would help teachers and students target efforts more effectively. But as Africa, we cannot be comfortable in eradicating learning poverty only. It must be education for liberation, literary liberation, liberation of the mind, for self-awareness, for confidence building and acceptance of the fact that the fate of Africa lies in the hands of our young people. And we should give them what they would need to do so. Now, providing technical, vocational, and tertiary level skills for youth to adopt new technologies, to infuse them into the regional economy is equally urgent. Such skills development programs should offer a wide variety of programs. We cannot try to fit every kid through the same door or the same window. We must open a wide variety of programs to be relevant and meet local economic needs, while also meeting international standards, and hence to be able to receive globally accepted certification. Our young people with technical skills should aspire to earn globally acceptable certification so that they can work anywhere in the world. And with the rapid change in technology, our focus should shift from our old school systems and the curriculum, as I said, especially at higher levels, so as to be able to churn out, as I said, job creators, not job seekers. There are not enough jobs. We need more job creators. Employers globally increasingly are losing interest in academic papers. They instead look at what you can do, what you can deliver. So the worship of academic degrees is coming to an end. And henceforth, it will be the worship of skills, the worship of competences, and the worship of innovation and the right mindsets. So although all the initiatives so far we have achieved are commendable, it's imperative to engage in a critical dialogue regarding the challenges, the progress, and the future course of action, considering the remaining time frame. Accelerating progress could have a catalytic impact on achieving the 2030 agenda. As I said, education, skills development are critical to Africa to harness its demographic dividend and achieve SDGs. And by investing in human capital, Africa can unlock its potential and contribute to a more sustainable and prosperous future for all. So prioritizing increased education funding, teacher training, inclusive and accessible schools are all essential steps, along with leveraging technology and bridging the digital divide to achieve equitable access to quality education. And I thank you very much.
Yes, right on the end. Thank you. Please give him a warm round of applause. That was excellent. We now move straight to the panel session. Let me welcome His Excellency, Dr. Kikwete. Please, would you come up and take the seat in the middle? Let me also welcome Charles Mberi Kimpolo, who is Director of AIMS Industry Initiative, to come up, please, sir, and take a seat on the panel. And I'll welcome Trevor Luere, economist from Development Reimagined in Uganda, to also come up and take a seat. We are also joined by Albert Nsengiyumva, who is the Executive Secretary of the Association for the Development of Education in Africa, ADEA, but Albert will be joining us online, so he'll be with us virtually. Thank you. I'll start from here for time, but please, to the technical crew, the mics are not working. Each of the speakers will require a handheld mic. So if you could bring one up, actually several, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a crucial discussion for Africa. And there's the how element of it. When we look at the numbers that have been shared, yesterday we heard them, this morning Ambassador has shared with us, it's alarming. But I recall please do go ahead, in the early 2000s in Kenya, when free primary education was declared, it was implemented. It was messy. There were lots of students in classes. For a few years, there was a lot of confusion, but it ended up sticking and it worked. And I think that was political will. And so maybe the first question I'll come to the panel with is, how do we address these numbers? And perhaps, you know, to the education experts, we need to give ourselves the grace of saying it might need to be phased in terms of how we improve and improve. Or is there an example we can take as Africa from other parts of the world? What should we be doing? So let me start, Your Excellency, as a leader with you and your experience in leadership, Your Excellency, Dr. Kikwete. How do we achieve this for Africa? What are the things we must do?
Yeah, it's working. Well, thank you. Well, let me first thank Ambassador Sefue for a very brilliant presentation. He has almost said it all. I don't think there is anything else new to say for us. But having been involved on education matters for quite a while, I've been a member of the Commission on Financing Global Education, chaired by Gordon Brown, now chairman of the Global Partnership for Education. This is an institution that was established at G7 about 3 decades ago to assist developing countries access to quality education, this one works better. If it doesn't, then this seat is not the best seat to take. Yeah, so I'm in those two things. And with the commission that was chaired by Gordon Brown, we worked for about 2 to 3 years. And the conclusion was there is an education crisis in the world, which is much more pronounced in the developing countries. Its characteristics are, one, there are still too many boys and girls, children and young people who are supposed to be in school but are not in school. I think I gave the numbers here yesterday. It's 240 million globally. When you take all the 6 continents. But of these 240 million, 100 million are in Africa, which is, again, you can see the problem, how the situation on the continent. The second aspect of this was that even those who are in school, in primary school, those who are in school, dropout rates are quite high. I mentioned yesterday 33% in primary school don't complete their education. Ambassador, if we were talking about 1 in 5, I think. It's about the same. So that's another important, because we're not talking about 2 or 3%. We're talking about 33%. It's a lot. And the third aspect, those who are in school, the learning outcomes are low, which means that they don't get the skills for that level of education. This is the general. Ambassador Sefu was much more in the details of every aspect. So that's one also. We spoke about the issues of access, the issues of quality, the issues of equity. But one important factor that was raised, which is now the preoccupation of us in the Global Partnership for Education, as I said, it's an institution established by the G7 21 years ago to promote quality education in the developing countries. I am the third chair of the board in the 21 years. The first was an American, the second was an Australian, the former Prime Minister of Australia, and then the third is me. One day Gordon Brown called me, says there is this, we are looking for a chair, and we think you can be the chair. So fine, if you have trust in me, then that's fine. It is the organization, it is organized, they established it, and they are paying for its budget. It's a huge budget, $5 billion, and the next replenishment is next year. We are looking for $15 billion. And it's among the developed countries that are contributing to that budget. But besides the developed countries contributing, we in the developing countries have also made a vow that we must, our children, they are not the children of donors. We also have to invest in our own children. So there was an understanding that each country on the African continent should set aside at least 20% of the national budget for education. And what we did in the last replenishment in London, where Boris Johnson, when he was Prime Minister, chaired that, because the G7 created this institution, and they are the ones who are chairing the replenishment rounds. The last one before that, Macron's first chaired, and the immediate last one, Boris Johnson chaired. I think next year there's going to be another round. One of the countries of the G7 is going to chair that round for replenishment. They ask themselves, how much are you going to contribute, you, and the other developed countries? But then we created a track for countries now to make your own contribution. The commitment was 20% of the national budget to be set aside for education. This is a compact. We asked countries to sign this compact, and only 20 countries signed. At that time, and we had appointed President Kenyatta to be the champion. To be champion, talk to his peers, and encourage them to contribute. Now you can see only 20%, only 20 countries signed the compact. After Kenyatta retired, we took Nana Akufo-Addo to be the champion. After Nana Akufo-Addo retired, we are now going to choose for another African leader to be the champion. But the work of the champion is to encourage to encourage countries to contribute 20% of their budgets for education. And we are getting problems in getting that commitment. Not many are getting commitment. So I'm saying Ambassador Sefue has just done the landscape of the state of play on the education sector. If there's anything that I would really emphasize, there is this compact of countries setting aside 20% of their national budgets for education. If there is a message that all of us should carry when we go back home, those who are in government should carry, there is this compact. Yeah. Please, we are contributing for our children and our children's children. For me, I have no child in school. I'm a grandfather now. I have 15 of them. So I'm contributing for my grandchildren, So that is what I could say to start with, that 20% of the national budget for education, if we can do that, I'm sure we will make a lot of progress with education in our respective countries. Failure to do that, we remain in the same situation as we have always been. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And yes, you can. That's an actionable step right there. Let's ask our governments, call on our governments to make that 20% commitment, and it's a crucial commitment for the future. Dr. Charles Kimpolo, let me come to you now. When you look at the pathway forward, you're in it. This is your work. What are the crucial next steps we must take? How do we move forward?
Thank you very much. I will start by thanking the organizer for inviting me. And I'm very humbled to sit on this panel with the elders. I think my role here is maybe to draw wisdom from the elders. The way forward, so the way I look at education is three components. I will just echo what Ambassador Sefue said. First is access. Are we going to a massification policy where we just give access to everyone? Is that the way to go? It's good to make it free, equitable, ensure that it's not excluding people. That one. The second one is quality. So what kind of student are we talking about? The teachers. Are we changing what we have been doing for generation? Someone said, I think it was Albert Einstein, which said that it is insane to continue doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results. I think your question is how do we move forward? One other component people have not been talking about education is relevance. Okay, for what? I think you made it very clear. The worship of degrees, marks, that's where past excellence in our time was you be top of a class 100%. I think the private sector is not looking at that. It's not good enough. Relevance of education. How do we design the curriculum in a manner that it responds to the job market? That's the job I've been doing at the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences, to really look at education from a supply perspective. Right? We're supplying the skills, we're supplying students, but people who are consuming the skills that we are supplying are from the other side. It's very important to bring everyone on the table so that we design curriculum that respond to the market needs, which is not fixed. Market need will never be fixed. With emerging technology, now we're talking about AI, it's gonna continue to change. How are we going to make our education system agile, which is not a good word for politician, because being agile requires change of mindset, in a manner that we adjust to change, in a manner that we develop curriculum in a way that it really responds to the needs. So for me, relevance is one component that we're saying. And for us to do that is really to develop new partnership. You mentioned emerging technology. I would just ask the question to say, the population growth of Africa, are we training teachers at the rate that we will be able to provide education to everyone? What about the teacher and student? No, especially in rural area, that the ratio is not very pleasing. Shouldn't we use technology to empower the teachers so that they can use AI to deploy the same content, to be at the center of curriculum delivery, to reach more people in a short time where we don't compromise quality. Shouldn't we bring the private sector? I like the fact that you're putting the budget of government at 20%. What is the private sector in education and skills development? My role at AIMS, I've always been seeing the private sector creating their own academy. I think the reason they're doing that is because they don't trust anymore our education system and university. They're creating the academy because they acknowledge that the education system, university, or whatever you call it, are not preparing the graduate to the job that you have. I think maybe the conversation is to bring them on board to say, how can we adjust the curriculum in a way that it responds to your need, and we do it together so that you can bring some resources, so that we can do it together, because I think education should be a common purpose for everyone.
No, fantastic. Thank you for that. Let's give him a round of applause for that. And I think a lot of reports show young people will enter the workplace out of second, or possibly not even complete. And that sector needs to interconnect. Sound team, your mics also are struggling, so if you can bring a few more, that would be helpful. Thank you. I think on the, what is quality education for Africa? Last year, and I don't know if we have Albert Sengiumba yet online, it would be good to know. We gathered 16 African ministers of education in Lagos, Nigeria, and we met to discuss these issues. And the discussion evolved from educational access to technology to what education for Africa? And we asked the question, think of a young man in northern Kenya, Turkana, sitting under a tree. A boy of 9 years old, a girl of 9 years old. What education do they need to be successful in their realities compared with those in urban settings? In Canada, there's some incredible work that the foundation I used to be with, the MasterCard Foundation, does with Indigenous communities, where the Indigenous communities refuse to take scholarships to go to the big universities in the cities. They said no. Many years ago, you came and took our native people, and we're digging mass graves now of children who died in missionary schools and in your schools. So we're not leaving our land. Also, we honor our land and we believe in conservation, so we want to stay close to our land. So what happened was, an education system was built around the Indigenous communities, where they decided what was important for them, how to clean the rivers, how to fish the salmon, how to bring back the populations, the herds of bulls, etc., 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 how to do that intricate sewing, traditional sewing. And the university that was created allowed grandmother to create a course where she was teaching grandchildren and others how to do traditional sewing. And the grandmother was paid for that. And that was to keep the traditions alive. Yesterday we talked about indigenous plants and herbs. And is Africa bold enough to look at her curriculum and ask, what are we teaching our young people? I keep asking teachers, why did I have to learn that a man called David Livingstone and a man called Henry Morton Stanley met somewhere on our shores of East Africa, and one said to the other, Dr. Livingstone, I presume. Why is that even in my head? Because I had to learn it in school. How many learned that? How many learned that? Nearly everybody in this room learned that, Dr. Livingstone. Why did we learn that? What business is it of ours? And so can we also start to recreate? So I've just injected that. I want us to come back to it, but let me come to the economist now and really ask your perspective on the whole issue, but also dive deeper for us into the question of funding and your thoughts on that.
Thank you. Let me start by defending history. I think history is very important for us to know, even if it may not have practical relevance today in our day-to-day lives, especially if you're going to ask the question of the relevance of education in our societies. If we have no clue about where we are coming from, you can be sure we have no clue about where we are going. And maybe let me start from there. In my own perspective, the challenge with our continent as a whole, and education in particular, is a crisis of imagination. 60 years after independence, we are grappling with the same questions that our forefathers grappled with, attempted to resolve, made some headway, and today we are still trying to resolve those same challenges. Unfortunately for us, there seems to be a sort of dead end we have run into intellectually, that we cannot seem to find our way through this fog of challenges. And so it's going to be of utmost importance for us to draw on new streams of thinking, bold, courageous thought that does not necessarily align itself perfectly with conventional thinking that has brought us where we are in the first place. And to be able to do that, it is important for us to realize as Africans in general that in fact we are at war. And we have been at war for the last 500 years, as yesterday. Being on a war footing requires that we do things in a very extraordinary manner. We cannot seek to build societies as if things are laissez-faire, as if things are normal, okay? We must engage our intellects, our minds in very critical, deep ways to be able to come up with new, unconventional ways of thinking about some of these challenges. Unless we recognize that we are under an existential threat, which in contemporary times is manifesting as rollbacks of donor budgets, the crisis of democracy in our continent having failed to deliver the prosperity that it promised, etc., etc. If we are unable to realize that we are facing an existential moment, we shall continue comfortably to think about our problems in the same ways we've done for so long without making any breakthrough. So in the realm of education, what might that look like? Number one, I think that the centralization of planning, development planning within the state at the national level needs to be rethought so that you give some autonomy to local levels, sub-regional levels to do some planning. That could help us with some of the funding challenges in the following ways. I get very heartbroken when I watch news here in Uganda. I'm from Uganda. And there is a distant place that is calling out the government to help them construct a pit latrine. And these are adults with children, but saying government should come and help us construct a pit latrine. You have like 1,000, 2,500 people, and all of them are just living carefree, waiting for government to come and build for them a pit latrine. Okay, let's take it away from a pit latrine and talk about a classroom. How on earth could you be adults, you've parented children, and you can dare complain that children are studying under trees and it's not conducive, and suddenly you're waiting for government to come and build classrooms in those localities with an environment that you're inhabiting that in fact has all the components you require to construct a basic classroom that can house students to study away from the vagaries of nature, okay? So if there is some decentralization in some of the implementation of development, and in particular education, we shall stop the infantilization of our people, thinking that central government must resolve everything for them, and they can start to take some responsibility. The second way it can help is integrating economies. Yesterday, the president in his keynote speech was talking about the fact that here in Uganda we produce over 5 billion liters of milk, but we consume less than 1 billion liters. I was in boarding school in Uganda for 10 years, and we only used to take milk on Easter. The rest of the time, it's a porridge with no milk and dry tea. So it's not a nutritious meal. But we have surplus of 4 billion liters of milk, okay? Teachers are complaining they're not paid well. Parents are complaining they don't have money to pay for their kids in school. But there's this economic value that is just floating around in the economy. With decentralization, I once read a story in Zimbabwe. I think the currency had collapsed, and now parents were paying for school fees using goats. The school term starts, you go with your 4 goats, you talk to the head teacher, you give the goats, they admit the child. When I was younger, it was a very funny story, and I used to tout my Zimbabwean friends about just how terrible things were in their country. But in hindsight, perhaps that sort of integration of local economies where needs can be integrated. If you have a farming community that can produce what teachers need, the money they're going to need in compensation as wages can be driven down if part of that is subsidized by the economic value that is produced by the parents of kids in those localities. But that might only be possible if there is some sort of decentralization and decision making, and we are not waiting on the central government to bring the money, to construct the classrooms, to bring the chalk, to buy the desks, etc., etc. So there must be a shift away from this infantilization of our people in thinking that the state is going to do the thinking for them. So much so that they want classrooms to be built, desks to be constructed for them, toilets to be built for them by the central government. The other point I want to make is on the point of human resource, still related to funding. Where do we get the money to train all the teachers? We've talked about the fact that many kids are dropping out of school, and I wonder if there's a difference between dropping out and graduating. You know, at the end of the day, we're all going to be looking for what to do with ourselves. That may not necessarily have to do with what we learned in school. But you have this army of school leavers that could be trained through maybe some form of national service program that can go back in their communities and undertake facilitation of learning as volunteers, as pre-primary or primary school teachers. But they're roaming around the cities, being problems, raising our population growth rate, and contributing no economic value in the country because we have failed to engage them productively. So capitalizing on the army of school leavers we have who are desperately searching for jobs, part of that human resource can be leveraged, channeled into some of these working as volunteers to provide education for the younger ones that are still coming up, to plug the gaps in human resource, to plug the gaps in competence, etc., etc. Finally, the question of technology. I started by saying that we must recognize that we are on a war footing. And being on a war footing requires that we don't do things in normal ways, okay? I appreciate that the world is making tremendous progress technologically, but we must also be alive to the realities that majority of our communities inhabit. 60% of our continent is rural. The internet penetration rate on this continent is less than 50%. So if you are going to put forth solutions like artificial intelligence, hello, 50% of us are not even connected on the internet, okay? That is not to say that we mustn't incorporate advanced technologies in our learning models, but to say that we must leverage them or innovate other ways that are well attuned, contextualized to the reality of our people. In some parts of this country and the continent at large, there's no telecom signal, okay? So how then are you going to propose artificial intelligence as a way of accelerating education progress? We don't even have the money for it in the first place. But the point I'm trying to demonstrate is not anything against technology or anything against seeking money from our development partners, but that we must engage the mind in critical ways that accord with the reality that we're inhabiting, recognizing that as a people, Africans, we're under an existential threat. If we do absolutely nothing about our situation, we might have no continent to speak of in a very long while. Finally, Madam Moderator, if you'll permit me. Yes, 30 seconds. Education must be thought of as a tool. What you have trained us is that once I come out of school, I'm going to expect the rewards, to reap the rewards of my having endured 16 or 20 years of being in school. But part of being on a war footing is to train our young people to know that they're coming out of school, not to expect their societies to give things to them, but to expect them to make contributions to building their societies. That slight mindset shift will help us to even emphasize particular aspects of education that are going to best enable our young people to contribute to the transformation of our economies. Because ultimately, the funding challenges we have is because our economies are unable to produce sufficient economic value because they are technologically backward. If we're investing in science and technology, encouraging our young people to innovate, creating an enabling environment for them to be bold, audacious, and courageous in their thinking, then they come out thinking, how do I solve for the problems of my community? Not how does my community guarantee me a meal after educating me for 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of points there. And
yeah, I think that there's something I want to put the records right. Say we are now complaining about the same things. No. You know, we in Tanzania have been a German colony from 1884 to 2018 after World War I. And then we became part of the British Empire until 1961. With all these years of colonial rule, German, British, at independence, there were only 2 engineers. I want to make this clear, because times people say, you know, African leaders complaining, they are doing nothing. Look here. At independence, there were only 2 engineers. Bodeminja, and there is another one. Only 2. Today, we have over 15,000 engineers. It is an investment that was made after independence. There was no university in Tanzania. It was the party that was independence that decided the headquarters that they had built for their party. It's because there was no university. And then President Nyerere said, let this be the nucleus of the university. So I want us to be cognizant of the fact that nothing has been done. Please, a lot has been done. But we are now talking of the needs of the present. The needs of the present that we have now to move from here going forward. We are comparing with the situation at independence. There were only 9 million Tanzanians. Today we are 63 million. You know, so the needs are different. The needs are different. But also, let me give my personal experience. When I became president in 2005, in Tanzania, the boys and girls who are transiting from primary school to secondary school, 6%. The problem here was access. There weren't secondary schools. The British did not invest in the education of the people of Tanzania. They left that responsibility to the Christian missionaries. And the Christian missionaries, their interest is not educating the people of Tanzania. Their interest is evangelization. Getting more converts. So they simply built certain schools in places where they were just getting converts. All this heavy lifting of educating the people of our country was done after independence. So what we did, because there were only 6%, our party, during the election, the party manifesto, it is not the candidate, but it's the party that said, we have to build a secondary school in every ward. There were 3,000 wards in the country, over 3,500 wards that we had to build schools then. It was a momentous task, but we said, okay, fine. How do we do it? The government does not have the money to build 3,000 secondary schools, but we said, okay, fine. Let's develop a different model of PPP. Public, people, partnership, not private to private. We spoke to the communities. We have a problem. Every time the primary school exam results come, there is sorrow in every family, crying that children have failed. President Nyerere came up with a very comforting phrase. They did not fail, but they have not been selected. It means the same. So with that initiative, what came to our surprise is that the response of the people was amazing. They volunteered, they built the schools, the government provided the roofing where they could not provide the roofing. By the time I left, we had built over 3,000 secondary schools. And to date, every boy or girl who passes the secondary school exam can have a place in secondary school. A primary school exam can have a place in secondary school. Of course, we had the other problem of quality of education. The quality was related to quality is related to teachers, one of the aspects. So we're fine. Secondary school teachers are sourced from universities. There's faculties of education, and we had colleges of education that are at diploma level. At that time, the total from the diploma colleges and the universities was only 500 teachers. We said, okay, fine. We came up with innovative solutions ad interim. All university graduates who had no job or had interest in becoming teachers, we encouraged them to come. We employed them. We gave them some lessons of methods of instructions for some time. Go to the classroom, teach. After some time, take them out. But what I did, I convened a meeting of those organizations, mainly faith-based organizations, that had private universities. I said, in all your universities, establish faculties of education. The promise that we as a government are giving you is that we are going to employ the teachers. A combination. And then we built universities, a university in Dodoma. One of the big schools there is the School of Education. I think it takes about 10,000. The whole university takes about 40,000. So this combination of investing in our own universities to train teachers, Mzumbe, which was for administrative, also train teachers, at the School of Agriculture, train teachers, and expanding at the University of Dar es Salaam, where I'm now the Chancellor. By the time I left, we had enough teachers for all the social sciences subjects. Our shortage was with science teachers. So I'm saying, I'm just emphasizing this point, that let's have no illusion that nothing has been done and that we are complaining about the same things, young men. A lot has been done. A lot has been done. The Uganda of today is not the Uganda that it was inherited at independence. No. There was only Makerere University for the whole of East Africa. Now there is University of Jinja, there is Mbarala, there is the Kampala International University, where now children go to school university. So please, I just wanted to make this intervention to encourage these young men that don't go out and tell that nothing has been done. We are now complaining about the same things. Things have happened. Only that we are at this particular moment in time. How do we move from here, from where we are now, to the next higher level? Thank you.
Asante sana. And I think this is this is a very good time actually to go to Adea. Albert, and please, for the technical team, if he's with us and we could see him on the screen and we could hear him. Also, just to say, history does not need to be defended. We all, I believe, are lovers of history. It is who has written the history and why they wrote the history and why that history is being taught to certain audiences that is important. And that's my, to your point around decentralization, Africa had very many technical schools at local level at one point. Some of our countries, mimicking, I think, what they had seen in other places, tried to change them to universities. So we lost the ability to train people at local level. Maybe these are some of the things. And then on technology, and this is something I'll come back to Ames on, it's how do we use technology to connect to our own African challenges. Albert, are you with us? Yes, you are. Let's give a warm welcome to Albert and Sengimba. I hope you followed the conversation, Albert. It's a lot of interesting things have come up. Of course, this is your work. This is what ADEA does. Let us know your thoughts on the key issues that you've heard, but especially on what ADEA is doing with countries on the continent to address this issue of access to quality education. Over to you, please.
Thank you so much. And let me first appreciate the invitation to attend this important gathering and the discussion. Unfortunately, I could not be there physically because I'm attending another similar event in Nairobi, but here is technology.
Albert, one moment, please. You are very, very low. We're just going to see if we can make your volume a little bit higher. Also, maybe just requesting if you could raise your voice a little bit louder.
Okay, let me see if I can also increase my...
Thank you, we're standing by.
Can you hear me now better? Can you hear me now?
A little bit better, but still struggling.
Okay, let me increase it again. What about now? Can you hear me?
Can you hear him, ladies and gentlemen? No, they can't hear.
No.
Looking at the team, please, for any addition to his volume.
Because I have maximized my volume here.
That's a little bit better, but you might need to really project your voice.
Close up again to... Can you hear me now?
A bit better, yes. Yes, I think go ahead now and just try to project as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I say I appreciate the invitation to attend the call. I could not actually make it. I'm busy in another important meeting in Nairobi. Let me pick a few points before I come to ADEA work. So I appreciate the clarification made by President Kikwete. We are not saying that the context you are in is too bad. We're talking about accelerating the effort that have been made by different countries. I think that's really very important. Let me make it clear, and I really support the point that was made by President Kikwete. What we are talking about is the need to make a shift, a strategic shift across multiple levels in our education system. And I will explain what I'm talking about here. We need a shift that allows us, more importantly, to contextualize our education system and learn from our own realities. The problem is that most of the time we have been more reactive as opposed to actively engage in addressing education-related issues. And what do I mean? Most of the time we focus on policy, on systems, and less on what happened in the classroom. So the first thing that I believe we need to do in this case is to connect system level and classroom practices. And this is so important because that allows us to make policies work. Policy itself will not be enough unless it is actually implemented. That's really one thing. And when we talk about the classroom, we are looking at how to design curriculum that meets our needs and priorities. As we talk about the continental, moving away from just a country, I think there is a need for a vision, a continental vision for education. We already have a CESA. How do we translate CESA, which is known as a continental education strategy for Africa, to address realities, local realities. And this is where the leadership becomes so important, and this is where we need to build ownership on our member countries. Alluding to one of the comments that was made as well, I think the point we're making is, how do we decolonize education? Much as we have come out of the colonization, we believe building or relying on external interferences will not help to address our education. This is where the ownership becomes so important in this case. How do we empower teachers as change agents and therefore embrace technology accordingly? Now, back to the question about ADEA and what we are doing in this perspective. ADEA works across the continent in different countries, identifying specific needs and priorities by countries. And how do we do that? We create a platform for policy dialogue. We bring ministers to discuss their own issues and how best countries can learn from each other. There's no shame learning from others. What is important is how do you contextualize and how do you lead the change you want to see in the different countries. And ADEA covers from foundational learning to secondary education, technical, vocational, and higher education. And we try as much as possible to promote evidence-based decision-making. We need evidence of what works. And from there, we can actually encourage countries to scale what works. And this is actually happening more specifically at the level of foundational learning. We are part of this learning poverty exercise. We're supporting countries to identify their needs, get evidence, and translate those evidence into policies, and therefore implementing the required actions accordingly. The other side of ADEA is also capacity building, working with other partners. Right now, one of the critical issues as part of addressing the system and integration and moving from system to classroom is around the issue of data. Data is a big problem in many of our countries. We don't use data to inform our policies. ADEA is working with several countries to strengthen data systems, because data is critical to actually not only to support planning, but also to monitor progress, to assess learning, and therefore adjust wherever possible. This is where also we bring in technology, because with technology, we have great opportunity to innovate the way we collect data, the way we analyze data, and the way we use data in reports on achievements. The other side is, of course, as you pointed out, is around technology. Of course, as some of the panelists suggested, we're still lagging behind in terms of infrastructure. But let me remind you, 30 years ago, none of these countries we're talking about have good connectivity. Today, we have fiber optics everywhere. So the issue is, much as I agree, some of the remote places are not yet connected, but we at least have ways to start from. And therefore, the issue is no longer just infrastructure access. It's about the use. It's about connecting evidence and learning outcome as we use technology. So, and this is where we are pushing our continent, our young people, to create, to be creative, to be innovative, to try and address specific issues in our education system, including the capabilities that we see and the potential in the young people to be able to innovate. So the gathering that we are having is about bringing these young people, exposing them to what work, and facilitating them with tools so that they can be more creative and create also innovations. The other aspect as well is around connecting secondary education and technical vocational skill development. And I'm saying that because when we look at the current statistics, less than 1% in most of our African countries go for technical vocational. So there's still a room for improvement. And we cannot afford to construct, to build and equip technical schools and vocational schools in all countries. We are looking at the way to innovate technical vocational schools by integrating technology, by integrating, if possible, AIs, but more importantly, is also to vocationalize secondary education. We have a great number of young people graduating from secondary education that they are not able to go to universities or higher education. How do we make sure that they have some hands-on skills that can allow them to enter the labor market? This is what we are also pushing, and we would like to continue promoting the idea of moving beyond the classroom-based TVET, making sure vocational training can take place even beyond the classroom, bringing companies to contribute in developing the required skills, vocational skills we need in the countries, and making accessible as much as possible. But as far as higher education is concerned, again, how do we reposition higher education in Africa so that they can address some of the critical issues we're having, especially in relation to innovation, to research, and also community development as well. So some of those are some of the critical issues that we believe will help to reposition education as a whole to address our needs and aspiration as a continent. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for that. I'm going to come back to the panel, but I do want to give some room to the audience. I won't take questions, I want to take comments as much as possible because time is a little bit short. Just as I come to you, I see hands. Just as I come to you, I'm remembering that in Form 1, when I was in Form 1 about 120 years ago, we had started 844 in Kenya, which was very unpopular. But we were forced to learn how to sew, so I sewed a dress. Forced to learn how to make a drum, so I made a drum. Forced to learn how to have a garden, so we had a garden with maize. It was devastating when our maize was destroyed. It was wonderful when we harvested. We built a wall. I learned how to build a wall, and I made a jembe. Nini kwa Kiingereza? A hoe. And that was Form 1 and Form 2. Can you imagine anyone who dropped out at that level would have had those skills? I didn't like it then, but I appreciated it later in life. Please introduce yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Amina Nassali. I am the president for the Youth Coalition for SDGs in Uganda. Well, my comment is about the funding gaps and how we can help bridge that gap. First and foremost, we need to look at philanthropy as a way out of this. When President Kikwete here mentioned that in Tanzania, communities went ahead and built schools. That is philanthropy at its best. So we are not going to wait for anybody to come and save us, but we need to do these things ourselves. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nanteza Nadia Mauka, a health tech entrepreneur. My company is LifeX Africa. And from the conversation I've had, I've realized that we've a bit lost value for foundational education. Currently, we are struggling with malnutrition, both over and under. We are struggling with innovation and value creation, and these are things that are taught right from childhood. There is something I do which is having conversations with children even in their wombs and their mother's womb, and you realize that you can support or create a foundation of good health by just having a good conversation with your child in the womb. So conversations about political education, conversations about nutrition, health, like from childhood. We are losing talent off to European countries because everyone who comes off with value ends up going to where they can pay better. How are we going to preserve that? I think we should go back. And I've not had political education, but I really suggest we evolve it again in our primary education.
I thought we had civics. Maybe it depends on the country, right? But again, the integration of wellness, health and wellness into curriculum would be a very important thing.
Thank you so much. My name is Jenny Ngovi. I do serve with Akina Mama Africa. So I bring in this space a feminist angle at looking at things. So I would like to really appreciate the insightful contributions from our honorable panel. And for me, my contribution is having a reflection of us taking ourselves back to the ecosystem, to not look at things generically, but look at how the men, both the men and women, boys and girls, are faring in terms of education. And looking at the strides we have made, I'm just inviting us to look at the ecosystem that, for example, deters the girls to achieve as much as the boys are achieving. Because if you look at the statistics all over, first of all, you'll find that in Africa, the women are commanding the biggest population. But at the same time, they have a very big and high dropout rate. So we need to look at the factors, the ecosystem. How is culture looking at the girl to getting education? And how are we preparing an environment that is enabling for the females to attain better education, just like it is, or it can be for the males? So it is really to look at the ecosystem and how we can address it to make it better.
Thank you. And I think the ambassador spoke to that at the beginning when he shared the, if you stay in school an extra year, the impact that has on your earnings, but also the wider social impact that each additional year has as well. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm retired Major General Mills. First, thank you very much for the panelists, and especially Your Excellency for putting the record very straight in terms of what are we doing now. Yes, we are recognizing what has already been done, and now we're actually looking forward. Now, my comment is on the priorities. Among the priorities that has been mentioned here, education funding, teachers training, inclusive and accessible schools, technology. One thing that I would want really to highlight is we have the often very forgotten group, and that should actually be part of those that we should focus on, the inclusiveness, those with the disabilities. We tend not to mention these ones, but these are the ones who are affected by every other problem that you are mentioning here. You go to the rural areas, you see how hopeless some of these children actually, just because of the way they are born, they don't have this access. And even when they go to schools, they are not guaranteed of the quality education because of lack of infrastructure, lack of books, quality teachers. So every other problem that we've mentioned actually affects them. Again, the problem, even when they complete the schools now, these are the ones that they don't find jobs. They are the ones that they can get jobs. So I thought this is the group that we should not lose sight on when we think of all other issues that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Tunsume Mlawa from Tanzania, and I am a product of the University of Dodoma, which His Excellency Mr. Jakaya Kikwete has just mentioned it. It was built during his regime. My contribution is, I think we need to have need-based education systems because the world is changing. The pace of changing is very fast, and the needs are not the same like in every time. So if you have a need-based education system, which are flexible, that they change if the environment is changing and the world is changing, the technology and everything, that will help the African countries to tackle to get solutions for different education challenges that we are facing right now. For instance, in Tanzania, we have a new education policy, which has included tertiary education in the system, because we had seen there is a gap on that particular area. So that is my contribution. And I would like to appreciate His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete for the initiative of building University of Dodoma, because I am a product of that university. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're badly on time. I'll take two more.
Thank you. My name is Zena Said. I'm the Chief Secretary of Zanzibar. I want to mention the importance of nutrition in building human capital development. We sometimes forget it, but it has a very high role. We are told that the first 1,000 days from conception of pregnancy to up when the child is about 2 years is very critical to the brain development of the child. And when the brain development reached its great potential, then even the learning ability of the child is very much high. And with that, it means that even in schools, they can learn better. And when they're working, they have this high level of maybe analytical skills and things like that. So we should not forget about nutrition. And we have all kind of nutritious food. But maybe we have to make aware our population to know what choices they have to make to balance the nutrition from when the mothers are pregnant to when the child is developing, but generally even in our daily life, because yesterday we learned about health and well-being, and nutrition is at the core of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Final comment from the floor, unless Your Excellencies want to contribute? No? No? Ah, no,
I want to thank Your Excellency President Kikwete for giving us right what has been done. Ambassadors presented a lot of dropouts, those who don't even finish primary school. But we need to do more research and find out where are these numbers. Are they in urban centers? Are they in rural areas? Where are they? Then we need to go where they are and try to address problems. But in addressing these problems, we need to find who are the key players. Because education is not only for the government, it is for everybody. We need to look at the parents. How do we take public awareness, encouraging parents to educate their children? Secondly, how do we educate these dropouts about their rights to education? How do we involve communities? Thank you, Your Excellency President. You pointed out exactly how Tanzania involved the communities and the parents. But we need to involve these people so that they can come on board. And you can build schools. But if the children don't come, what do we do with those schools? You can take a horse to water, but you won't force it to drink. My names are Raphael from Uganda and 2 private consultants.
Thank you, Raphael, for speaking of those who fall through the cracks. In a recent conversation with some key policy actors looking at dignified and fulfilling work for Africans, that came up. Where are they? Are they domestic workers? Are they farm workers? And how, even where they are, do we protect them or give them opportunity to get back into the system? Because of time, I come back to the panel just for a very quick final comment. And I'll come right through. I'll end with you, Your Excellency. Maybe let me start with Albert, who's online. Look, a lot has been said, so many good contributions from the floor as well. We have so much to do. What's your commitment as a DEA? And what message do you want to leave the stakeholders in this room with? Please, in less than 1 minute, Albert. Thank you. And the same question will come to the panel.
Of course, we are committed to make sure that we continue to leverage the opportunity for countries to learn from each other. I definitely believe as a continent, we need to move away from a silos model into integration. We are creating this African free trade area, able to harmonize our education systems. As long we have not yet create a common or a common framework for qualification framework and quality assurance, the mobility of workers is going to be a big issue. So what ADEA is going to do, working with the African Union and other partners, is to create that opportunity for countries to harmonize their system, to learn from each other. I think that's really one thing which I believe is so important. Number two, we are also we are acknowledging a lot of efforts countries are making, but the issue is they are still at a low scale. So we are pushing for taking things at scale. Let's start by identifying what works and see how we take it at scale, and let's learn from that. Let's improve our assessment of the system and therefore create an opportunity where every child deserves a good education, a quality education. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the role of ADEA. It's important and we must use it as a continent. And perhaps the story that has been shared, Albert, by President Kikwete, important to harvest stories like that at country level and bring them to policy actors for learning across the continent. Ambassador, let me come to you. Kicked this all off, right? This was your context setting. Having heard from everybody else and knowing what you know, what's your message to everyone in this room about actionable next steps? What next, and what's your commitment?
Hello? Thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this. Thank you with all people, the distinguished people, the president on the panel, and all of you who made contributions. And I just want, in conclusion, to emphasize a few things. One is, as parents and as communities, we have to accept that we have a responsibility to raise and educate our children. Because that is important. I'm not sure if President Kikwete, I'll be going out of, you know, you cannot produce your own children and then you hand them over to the government to feed them and to educate them. So producing children is a huge responsibility for you and for the community. But that's where Africa came from. Children were raised by the community and the family. You reach a certain age, you are going to be trained how to hunt. You reach a certain stage, you are trained how to raise a family. So that sense of the individual responsibility of parents and communities is key. Governments step in as a partner, but you cannot hand over that responsibility. So when we talk about struggling with funding education and things like that, I think we should keep that in mind, that parents, communities have a responsibility. And I'm just echoing also the strategy that was used by President Kikwete, that, you know, it's a partnership. Do as much as you can, and the government will come in and support you. I think that will take us further. The other one is about relevance. Education for what? And as I said, it must be education for liberation. The minds of the young Africans must be attuned to the needs of today and tomorrow. Self-awareness, and the responsibility they have when they get an education. Mwalimu Nyerere in the 60s said, for the few who got this chance to go to education, he said, those who receive this privilege of going to university, and you found this in every university and every school. He says, those who receive this privilege, therefore, have a duty to repay the sacrifice that others have made. So you don't take the education and disappear, but you have a sense of responsibility to your community, to your continent. And that's something also I think we have to emphasize in our education system. priorities is key because the numbers are huge. So we have to look at alternative sources of funding. We have to be more innovative in how we address those challenges, but also that the education addresses the actual needs of the job market, but also to unlock potentials of people. Sometimes we have an education system that tries to force every kid through the same door. But our kids have different talents. You need an education system that can identify the talents. I mean, even kids in kindergarten, you can quickly identify talents which each one has. But we don't develop those talents. We try to force everyone through the same system. And it doesn't become exciting for some of the kids, and you stifle some of the talents that they have. So we must have an education system that opens all kinds of doors and opportunities that people have. There's a story of a parent who says to the daughter, "Oh, you must be a doctor." I said, "I don't want to be a doctor." He said, "No, you have to be a doctor." So she goes and gets a medical degree and gives the parents, "Here is your degree. Now, can I do what I like?" So you know, talents of our young people, but also what they like to do, and make sure the education addresses what their interests are. And finally, implementing our commitments, I think that's key. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me come straight to Trevor.
Yes, no, briefly, to agree with everything that has been said, and especially for young people, I think we are going to have to think differently because the world has changed and the circumstances have changed, and so to engage the challenges that we face today. And some of that is going to draw on some of what has been in the past, as has been highlighted very clearly by His Excellency President Kikwete. But we're going to have to think differently. We're going to have to love our countries, love our continent, and be equipped with a mindset of dutifulness towards these places that have made us who we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everything has been said. But I wanted to leave here with a reflection of the statistics that some of the speakers actually share on day one. The African Development Bank report suggests that every year we have 10 to 11 young people entering the workforce, and they are computing to 3 million formal jobs, which means we have 8 million job deficit every year that we need to create for us to absorb the current workforce, acknowledging that by 2050, the population of Africa will double. If we continue doing the same thing over and over and over again and expect different results, it's not a good strategy. So what I wanted to say is really to capitalize on what His Excellency said, to say a lot has been done. The structure of the population has changed. It's going to continue to change. But ambitious mission need distracting thinking, which is not an individual, it's an ecosystem. I think one of the commenters said it's an ecosystem. Even in funding, I don't think it's a good strategy to say we don't need a foundation. Let not leave anyone beyond. Let use an ecosystem. Let everyone bring the resource, their expertise to the table, because the problem that we are solving is as complex as one will expect it. So we shouldn't actually have a very narrow mind to say we're only looking at primary school. We should look at education as an ecosystem. And there's a lot of key players that we need to build a partnership that His Excellency said for us to move the needle. So when we meet next time, we need to reflect on these statistics. Is the number of jobless young people increasing or decreasing? That's a very clear thing to say. Are we going to actually afford a society with 8 million job deficit? Should we continue with the trajectory of young people who are neither in education, neither in employment, neither in training? We should do something different. Can we actually leverage technology to empower the teachers? Because for me, teachers are key in education. You can have your beautiful schools, you can have smart kids, but if you don't have teachers, it's all of us. So I'm just acknowledging that as COVID-19 taught us that we were in lockdown, but we're educating our society. Why? We use cell phone, we use television and radio. I think we need to ensure that there's a possibility for us to leverage, acknowledge technology, leverage it, use it as an asset for us to go quicker. That's actually my contribution. Thank you.
Well, let me thank everybody who made these contributions. My fellow panelists and from the floor. I gathered a few points. The first, there was emphasis on foundational learning. It is very important. We have to do that. One thing that is evident in most of the countries, definition of education starts with primary school. We have forgotten the preschool question. Preschool is very important. The kindergartens are important to build the foundations. There is a huge crisis on the continent now. We built schools, but on foundational learning, by the age of 10, 1 in 5 children can't read a paragraph. That is one of the major crises of the present moment, which we need to address. It's a question of teachers, it's a question of the kind of infrastructure that is avoided. There was mention of the cultural problems, which the Ambassador Sefue mentioned. There is still a problem of not giving priority to girls education. When I visited 14 African countries as commissioner in the Education Commission with Gordon Brown. When I visited Chad, we were with, at that time, President Deby was still alive, Deby Sr. When I was trying to raise issues, he says, no, don't worry, feel free, President. One of the problems we have in the Sahel, girls by the age of 15, they have to get married. President Koroma can testify to this. And so he says, this is our biggest problem. He had to make a government declaration to prohibit marrying girls by the age of 15, taking them out of school. And he said, the men are fighting me. The men are fighting me. So this is one of the problems of the present day. But also we have a problem of infrastructure in the schools. Many of the girls, when they come of age, if the school infrastructure is not conducive, particularly availability of water, many of the girls opt out of school. So we have really to look at so many other aspects that we have to look into. Even the way the facilities at the schools is another factor that discourages girls, apart from the problem of getting married. There's somebody saying 14 need-based education system. I can't agree with you more. Let me take 2 things from our experience. One, technology is advancing. And many jobs already being lost to technology. If we can't equip our men and women with the necessary technological skills, problem when we Hello. The problem when we mention these schools, some of us in Africa think the problem of technology does not bother us. Technology is advancing, and statistics has it that by 2050, there are going to be 230 million digital jobs to be taken in Africa. And if we don't equip our young people with the skills to take up those jobs, what happens? By that time, we'll have 1.2 billion people who are young people in Africa, because the population will be 2.4 billion in Africa, and 1.2 billion of them are going to be young people. And if they don't have the skills, these are crowds ready to be rented. It is going to be a source of great instability. Come 2050, the ones we are seeing now in the Congo and everywhere else will be peanuts. There is going to be instability everywhere else. So the type of education we are giving our people now is something that we should take serious care of, so that we equip our young men and women with the skills that they need to thrive. The skills, not only, they need the skill to thrive. Either they can be fit for employment or they can self-employ themselves. So, then someone mentioned the issue of nutrition. It is important. The school feeding programs. I come from the village. After retirement, I built my home in my village. I live there. But they take me out because of these kinds of work. In our village, we have started a program of school feeding program where we ask every family to contribute, because there are some children who go to school. There is no breakfast at home. They stay there whole day not eating. They can't learn as much as those who come from families that have the capacity. So please, it's another aspect that we should take seriously. The school feeding program is critical, because many of our people come from poor families, and children come from poor families, they will not be able to. So otherwise, let me simply say that the contribution by Ambassador Sefue was superb. The contribution of the panelists was another addition of a value addition to what was contributed, but the contribution by the audience has been extraordinary, and I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied as chairman of the board of the of GPE, Global Partnership for Education, and also as a member of the Education Commission, Financing for Global Education Opportunity. I'm going to take back these messages of the needs, the areas where we need to strengthen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you all. Let's give a round of applause, please, to everybody. It's been an honor to be with you this morning. I'll be handing over to Dr. Peter, who will take on the next session. Thank you.
Let's have these ones, maybe. It's on? Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank His Excellency Kikwete for very good remarks he's made. And I'm going to request that we're going to have also His Excellency Hailemariam coming up here later on after the presentation of Professor Okereke. We're going to have comments from His Excellency Koroma, who will make comments on the sustainability of the environment and climate action. We shall also have President Mohamed Mozouk making comments also on this important subject. But I want to thank the panelists who are here and the moderator and the presentation of the ambassador, which was, the subject was education. I well know the saying that you cannot liberate a slave
when he has fallen in love with his captivity. So there is what you call seductive embrace of mediocrity, and people get used to it and love it. So education is so important, especially for this subject now that we are going to look at. So it's my pleasure. I know we have not had break, but you only stretch your legs when you go for tea. I want once again to welcome and thank the presidents who are here and our venerable prime ministers who are present. Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, the prime minister, and also our, this is for President Mohamed Muzuk, that our second prime minister who is present here is Dr. Wakana Rugunda. The doctorate is not like mine, his is like yours. He's also a public health specialist for very many years. So you're in the same camp here on wellness. It's now my pleasure to invite Professor Okereke to come over here. Professor Okereke is a professor of global climate governance and also public policy development. He's at the University of Bristol in the School of Public Policy Studies. You are welcome, Professor.
Thank you, His Excellencies. Let me stand on the already established protocol because of lack of time. But I would be remiss if I don't thank UONGOZI for all the hard work that they've done to bring me here. This is a continuation of the conversation that we started many years ago. And I remember with great delight when we had a meeting in 2016 in Tanzania, which I brought a lot of people from across the world, which was also hosted by UONGOZI. My task is to provide a big overarching context on the progress and the next steps for Africa in the context of environmental sustainability and climate action, and I want to do exactly that. A lot of important context has been set yesterday. The way I describe it is that there is a very important tension between environmental sustainability and development. The question is, how can we ensure a conducive environment that allows for economic growth to thrive, bearing in mind that historically growth has not always happened in a way that was consistent with preserving environmental integrity. So I'd like to slightly disagree with Chipeta, the keynote speaker yesterday, who sort of excluded climate action as one of the key priorities and sort of suggested that we need to carry on with development first. I think, however, that the problem is that development and climate action are joined in the womb at the hip so that you cannot separate both. So what I show here is that the real GDP, the world GDP, has almost tracked the use of energy. And by the right, you will see that almost consistently, countries that use more energy tend to have higher per capita income. That connection is beginning to be broken now, but only about 17 countries in the world have managed to decouple their use of energy and their economic growth. Unfortunately, a lot of the energy that have powered economic growth over the past 100 years have come from fossil fuel. The question now is, can we imagine a situation where we can continue to achieve economic growth, but do so in a way that is consistent with environmental integrity? And if there is still anyone in the room that is in doubt about climate change, you just need to look at the other graph at the bottom right. And you can see the increase in CO2 average emission over the past 100 years. The next thing we need to bear in mind is that actually dealing with climate change is not a luxury. It is a necessity because Africa is losing a lot of money as a result of climate impact, even though, as many of us know here, we have contributed very minimum. What you see is that climate change is already costing the world trillions, and that Africa is paying the greatest price per capita. According to WMO and some other predictions, for example, from the African Development Bank, Africa is already losing up to 490 billion and is projected to lose much more depending on the global average temperature by 2050 if we don't act expeditiously on climate change. The Horn of Africa and Sahel, for example, over the past 2 decades is projected to have lost about 11.5 billion, with 149 people affected due to flooding and drought. And the number, in my own estimation, is a very conservative one. The question has to be, how do we reconcile these two imperatives? Again, notice from this powerful graph the mean temperature change in West Africa. This is not a white man problem. This is a problem that we have to deal with in Africa. So if we delay acting on climate change, we will suffer and our development will be unstable. Agriculture employs nearly 70% of our population directly and indirectly, and produces up to 25% of our GDP in Africa. And yet, according to the global models, nearly all the staple crops in Africa are going to suffer massive loss as a result of changes in precipitation and temperature. Can you imagine the state of food security when this happens in a no-action scenario? Flooding, increasing or changes in weather pattern, and other climate impacts are wiping billions of our infrastructure as a result of sea level rise and displacing millions across Africa. According to the World Bank, about 25% of water loss is going to be suffered in Africa between now and 2050 in climate 2 degrees average scenario. Many African cities will become extremely unlivable as the number of extremely hot days increase in sub-Saharan Africa. Our calculations in Nigeria show that Nigeria is on the track of losing up to 460 billion by 2050 as a result of climate change, and this is about 6 to 30% of its GDP. A more conservative estimate for Africa indicates about 2.5% GDP loss between 2020 and 2030 as a result of climate change. There is an intimate relationship between climate and debt, because as a result of all of those costs that I've already explained, many African countries are now struggling to pay back their debt. And this is one of the things that is making Africa more debt stressed. There has never been a time in history when Africa, the number of Africans that are debt stressed has been as high as it is today. And you cannot separate this situation from climate change. And for the men in the room, may I remind you that there's an intimate relationship between air pollution and productive health. Many African men are being unproductive now. The issue of infertility is increasing because of high air pollution across our cities. And by the way, death from air pollution kills more than malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV combined. We're talking about between 9 to 7 million per annum globally, the worst case being in Africa. And our women who cook in the house as a result of wanting to feed their husbands and children inhale indoor air pollution that is equivalent to smoking about 11 sticks of cigarette every day. Why should our women suffer? Because they want to feed us. 12,000 people are projected to have lost their life as a result of flooding in the Sahel and Horn of Africa already between 2000 and 2010. And the number is projected to increase over the next decade. How do we then supply the energy that is vital for economic growth, but doing so in a way that ensures that we stay within the planetary boundary? This is the challenge that Africa faces. I do not think that this cannot be done, but it requires imaginative thinking and bold action, as many of the panelists have already been saying since yesterday. Let me show two more examples before I double down on what we have achieved between the imperative of climate action and sustainability. Africa is losing a vast proportion of its forests on a year-to-year basis, more than double the global average. 25% in some cases is what we are losing. That map here shows you the way that the Ivory Coast forest has diminished over a period between 1990 and 2015, which shows a staggering loss of up to 57% between 1990 and 2015. And yet, with the loss of forests, you have more incidents of erosion, less stability of the soil, less productivity in agriculture, and more political instability. These two are connected. When the forest thrives, biological diversity thrives, ecotourism thrives, agricultural production thrives. I am laboring the point that we should ensure that we don't buy into the narrative that we can afford to develop now and try and start thinking about environmental integrity later. That is a false narrative that is going to keep us perpetually in poverty. We need to be thinking about the two together. What we have done in the IPCC is to argue that there is such a thing as sustainable development corridor, which allows Africa, and this is where I agree with Kikwete, to increase its emission marginally and still stay within the bound that is possible to achieve sustainable development. But that will require our development partners and other parts of to radically decrease their emission in order to come into the sustainable development corridor. So where are we in terms of progress in Africa? There are many things to celebrate. As at 2022, 48 African countries submitted their first NDC. As at the same as at last year, 45 African countries have submitted their revised NDC. The graph you see on the right, which we produced as part of our IPCC work, shows a marked increase in African countries in terms of climate policy. In addition to that, many African countries now have climate targets and climate laws. And I'm delighted and proud to have written the draft of the climate law, the climate bill that Nigeria signed into climate law. We also see that many African countries have very high targets. Ethiopia, 68%, Nigeria, 47%, Namibia, 23%, and many others have very high ambitions in their NDC. We also have a number of African countries that also have net zero targets, Morocco, Nigeria, and a number of other countries have net zero targets. You must celebrate this, that countries such as Nigeria that are dependent on oil still goes ahead to set a net zero target by 2060. I've already talked about the commitment, so I'm going to move on to renewable energy installations. The market is growing. We now have up to 62 gigawatts of installed renewable energy in Africa, representing a growth of about 0.7% compared to the year previously. Countries, 72 countries have a high increase, and there are several initiatives that ensured in my last calculation up to 38 million tons of CO2 removed and 30 million people connected through solar. So we are making progress. Climate finance is also increasing its flow. The highest been in 2022, then we suffered a stagnation, but now the number has increased. So we now have moved from average of 25.9 billion to 43.7 billion. This is a marked increase in climate finance flowing into Africa. The problem here, however, is that there is huge inequality in countries receiving. Actually, about 50% of the climate finance that flows into Africa goes to about 4 African countries. And that needs to change. Another great thing to celebrate is the Great Green Wall. This is a powerful initiative intended to restore 100 million hectares across about 9 countries, making a big wall between the North and the South African and covering the entirety of 100 hectares with trees. So far, African countries have planted about 30 million hectares, representing about 30%. So this should be celebrated. It shows what can be achieved when there is political will and when there's clarity of purpose and action. And by the way, these millions of trees that have been planted have also generated a number of jobs for our women. And we have seen that when women are employed, there is a catalytic effect in economic development in our countries. Now, I have told a number of good news. Let me end or try and end with some sad news. No, I'm going to tell some sad news. I'll come back and try and end up with good news. Despite the increase in the flow of finance, there is still a staggering gap. The total amount of money needed by African countries is about 2.8 trillion per annum, based on the calculations of the NGP between 2020 and 2030. However, the total pledges made by government is about 264 billion, meaning that there is a shortfall about 2.5 trillion. Although there has been an increase in flow, about 48%, the gap still remains staggering, and climate finance needs to quadruple every year if Africa needs to stand a chance of meeting the gap. To take a particular year, for example, Africa will receive about 31 billion compared to 177 billion based on what they demanded in their NDC. Adaptation finance is particularly hit. Although Africa receives more than other globes in terms of adaptation finance, up to 20%, the gap is still huge. The AFDB suggests that we need between 30 to 50 billion annually in adaptation finance. But what we are getting now is very, very limited. Also, so this means that a number of climate-related infrastructure in energy, transportation, building, industry, affolu remain unmet. There are some African countries that are already spending up to 9% of their GDP in climate-resilient infrastructure. Money that could have been used elsewhere is now used to address climate risks. Many other people have noted that a big challenge is to increase the quantum of private finance that is going into climate in Africa. When you look at this graph, you see that Africa has the highest number, sub-Saharan Africa has the highest number of money that is coming from public sources, and that has to change. There is also what I call gas hypocrisy that has been a big key part of the climate transition diplomacy by our international partners that we need to be aware of and combat vigorously. Last time when BBC interviewed me, just before COP27, I think, in Dubai, the first question they asked me is, Professor Kereke, you are from Nigeria. What can Nigeria do to keep the oil on the ground? I said, excuse me, few months ago, the UK auctioned about 36 blocks of oil in the North Sea. And here, the first question you're asking me is about Nigeria. So I tried to show her this graph showing that my calculation has shown that most of the explorations that are going to happen in the next 40 years are going to come not from Africa, but from North America and Europe. And although I preach that Africans cannot go to sleep and allow other people to do the work because we are bearing the greatest impact of climate change, it is also hypocritical to be trying to persuade us without supplying the enabling environment and without also carrying your own burden. The next thing that I need to warn us, especially our leaders here, is the growing use of what we call unilateral climate measures by our partners to address climate change. Calculations have shown that the new CBAM that have been introduced by Europe is going to cause Africa to lose anything between 1% to 13% of its GDP or sales in aluminium, iron and steel, and fertilizer. And countries like Tunisia, Morocco, and Egypt will be hit the hardest. If you add this CBAM plus the tariff that is being levied now, as my good friend Adesina said, this could be taking Africa back to the dark ages. So we need to fight the unilateral imposition of CBAM and other measures by our development partners. We need to make sure that while we celebrate the pumping of money into some African countries for just energy transition, that the terms of those deals are fair. What we have learned from South Africa suggests that the terms are not fair, that a lot of the money is still coming from loans that will be paid back by South Africa or other African countries that are going to potentially put our children in poverty. The reason being that they use financial and econometric modeling to make this decision that do not reveal the true cost of the transition. That's why I'm proud to be one of the first in Africa that have trained a lot of people to use now leak modeling, macroeconomic modeling, to generate our own cost of transition rather than relying on the Europeans to do it for us. By the way, I hope you know that up to 92% of African NDCs have been crafted with models used by European partners. So if you invite other people to write your NDC, they're going to tell you that it's going to be easy to achieve net zero by 2060, and they will not reveal the true cost of it. Another area is to be careful about the deals we're going to be signing in critical minerals. Just 3 days ago, our good friend Donald Trump has sent his ambassadors to DR Congo to discuss critical minerals, few days after imposing unilateral tariff on most African countries. And we know, again, that the modeling, the negotiation, the contracting that go that evidence and that underpin these contracts are not fair. One of my good friends in Connects in Germany has told me how he flew to Panama and saved that country 50 billion by just renegotiating the contract they have signed with another northern country, the name of which I don't want to reveal. The last point here on the dangers I want to warn our leaders about is the increasing conversation in Europe about the desire to use untested climate engineering technologies on Africa, especially solar radiation management. Here again, Africa will be a guinea pig for testing these technologies that can cause what we call termination shock, sending millions, if not billions, sending millions of Africans into poverty. I have written about the danger of trying to use Africa as a place to test these dangerous technologies. They tell me, well, we cannot meet the 1.5 goal or even the 2.0 goal, so why don't we begin to test these technologies? I said, well, before you begin to test these technologies, send the money that is required to meet the climate finance. There's a lot of knowledge gap. 64% or so of all the literature in green transition in Africa is being produced not in Africa, but by European and North African friends. The danger is that Africa can embrace greening while becoming poorer as a result, unless we ensure that the technologies that power greening are also manufactured in Africa. Otherwise, we can imagine a situation where we abandon the oil and gas on the ground, embrace the solar panels, and then we have to import all of those, and that will mean that we are even poorer. We'll also need to be mindful of the carbon market shambles, where some Gulf states are paying very little to take over vast portions of forests that are as big as some African countries for peanuts. I don't have time to develop that. We need to pay attention to action at the subnational level. This work that I did in Nigeria showed that very limited number of subnational entities develop climate policy and action plan. Whereas in many African countries, they just talk about climate at the national level. But at the end of the day, you need to cascade action to the subnational regions. Otherwise, you will have a lot of promises with limited delivery. And that is the case, unfortunately, in most African countries. We need to increase our voice in the negotiation. When I was at Oxford full-time, I counted this. Just check this, the second and the third row. Take Germany and Ethiopia, for example. Average 80 million people. 2000, 75.5. 2001, 56.3. 2003, 62.0. Jump to 2007, 101 versus 2. This is the quality of people that they are sending to negotiate the climate agreements versus the quality and number of people that we are sending. If we don't have our voices around the table, then you lose the right to be able to press for policies that protect your interests. And that is sadly what is happening today. And Africa, we play a reactive game. We begin to write Professor Kireka and other people 2 days before COP. Whereas these other people are already thinking about their position and doing a lot of analysis months and months ahead of COP. So let's wake up in this area. So ways forward, eminent heads of states and previous have already articulated all of this. I don't want to rehearse it. May I, however, lend my little voice to the powerful message by Mohamed Mazouk yesterday, that this is not essentially a technical problem or an economic problem. It is fundamentally a political problem. If you fail to solve the political problem, you can talk from now until tomorrow. You will not solve the technical and economic problem. I hope we can live with this powerful point and begin to ask ourselves, how do we change the politics of Africa so that we'll have the right people in the right places implementing the policies? We have a number of policies, but implementation is woefully inadequate. And the fundamental reason is the politics. If we get the politics right, every other thing will fall into place. And last point, please don't abandon the narrative of climate justice. If you look at the IPCC outline, the one that we're going to write, AR7, there is no word equity in the entire report outline. They fought us tooth and nail to remove and expunge everything about equity and justice. They even fought us when we said to put development on the outline. They said that we should be thinking forward and not always looking backwards. But whose narrative is that? We need to reclaim the narrative on climate justice, but make sure that we are thinking about it in a different way. So rather than saying just give us money for charity, let's think of beneficiation, let's think of access to technology, and let's think of access to the resources that will enable us to compete better through better terms of trade and the structure of the global economic system. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Once again, can we give another clap to Professor Okereke? That's for quite comprehensive and exhaustive. It's my privilege and honor to keep you here, Professor Okereke, to join the panel of eminent individuals, starting with His Excellency Hailemariam to join us here, on the podium, and the Honorable B. Kasonga, who is the chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. You are welcome, sir. Again, it's my honor to welcome Michael Adenu. I don't know whether he's here. Yes, please. Yeah, he's the country director for Oxford Policy and Management in Addis Ababa. We shall have Dr. David Obura on the call. He's online. He's the founding director of Cordio East Africa. Panelists, because of time, I'm going to remain standing here. And we want to share your insights very quickly by, first of all, you identifying the gaps. First of all, we made progress, as His Excellency President Kikwete mentioned. We are talking about progress. That means there's been some work done. And we are not standing still. So we are going forward. We are looking at the present, we are looking at the future. So we're going to move forward. So let's start by identifying things that we could have done better. We haven't done well. And what we can do going forward. What are the technically feasible and also financially viable and socially desirable initiatives, actionable outputs that we can do. So let's make our conversation structured because of time. Members present, for purpose of protocol, I would like to make some quick protocol announcements that after this panel discussion, we shall have our presidents on the platform, and they will have a photograph as presidents. And then we shall have another photo engagement with our prime ministers present here. And then the third one, official photograph, will be with the Aladi team. Lunch is going to be served in this tent here, in this marquee. So we don't have to scatter, we don't have to move away. Lunch is going to be served here. Now, I tempted to ask His Excellency Hailemariam that really, if you had another go at power, if you became president again, we are coming into a situation where we see President of America, Donald Trump, signing executive orders. But if you become president tomorrow, what is that one executive order you would sign as soon as you took power on environment and also climate action? Over to you, His Excellency. Can we get support here? Let's try to be snappy.
I think it's working.
It's okay.
Good. Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, I will not come back again to power. I have done. I think the issue is, as Africans, this is a time we have to strategize properly. That first of all, as a global responsible citizens, we have to put our house in order. What I see from the history of negotiation and the climate change, the beginning, I remember my predecessor, Prime Minister Meles, was leading the negotiation of Africans in the beginning, and that has been very robust. But through the course of time, we see that Africans are not very much united in the negotiation process. And I think we need to fix that issue. I agree with President Mohammed that this is a political issue and we need to have an African Union very strong in the negotiation. Because most of the making of the climate change is not African responsibility. Of course, we have our own responsibility, but nonetheless, it is a global problem, and we should be able to negotiate properly. And I think this is the major point. If I have got a chance to sign an executive order, I will order all African leaders to, come together very strongly in a knowledge, evidence-based negotiation process that can support and, of course, convince somehow our partners, developing nations, that Africa, as we are in one globe, which is flat, and we live in one earth, which we cannot, live outside it. And if existential threat comes, it comes to all of us.
Right.
I was always giving an example of COVID-19. Thanks God, everybody was thinking that Africa will be the first continent will disappear by COVID-19. But nonetheless, the most hit was not Africans. It was the temperate climate people. So, but COVID-19 is a making of climate change. Because of the biodiversity loss, we came up with such kind of zoonotic disease that will continue. We never know tomorrow what's going to come. So I think the global community is responsible, and we are in one globe and one earth, and we should cooperate and collaborate.
Thank you.
This is how it is. But the second thing is we have to take also our own responsibility. There is an alarming rate of deforestation and land degradation in Africa. So that we can't blame any foreign country or our development partners. It is our own making. So you see the degradation that's taking place in Ivory Coast, which was an example. 57% of forests has been destroyed within only one generation, 25 years or so. So this is one example, which is in Ivory Coast, but it's the same everywhere. You can see that, Uganda looks like very beautiful, but if you go to countryside, the deforestation and degradation is so huge, it's alarming. Even the countries that are very much endowed with forests and very good climate, this alarming rate has to be curbed. And that is our responsibility, and we have to do that. So I think combined, we have to take both our responsibility and negotiate properly at the global stage.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much, especially following what Professor Okereke has just shared. She just shared with us, and also for giving us that executive order if it was to happen. But those who are present can say something about that going forward. I'm going to request at the end of this session, I'm going to request each leader who is present here, His Excellency who is present, I know that they are going to have a moment to say within 60 seconds, what would they tell the most prominent climate activists in Africa, the young activists in Africa, within 60 seconds, if you are given that chance to engage the young climate activists in Africa, what would you tell them? I'm going to ask President Koroma to say something about that. I'm going to also ask President Mohammed. I'm going to ask President Kikwete, and also our venerable prime ministers who are present here. President Kikwete mentioned this very clearly, that being retired doesn't mean you are mentally exhausted. It only means you are put on a new tire. And we are gaining a lot from you leaders because you have gravitas, you have networks, and a very respectable voice at change. So thank you very much, His Excellency Mariam, for the solid insight you've given. Now, knowing as we do that we need our budgets aligned, we also need political commitment, we need less fragmentation and coordination in getting execution working. At policy, no, at the point of law, like Professor Okereke said, the law, the policy, and I think we looked at, was it law, policy? So, Honorable B. Kasonga, You are the chairperson of the very important committee, Environment and Natural Resources. Professor Kereke has been very clear, and also His Excellency Mariam. They have said environment is a multiplier of all the development challenges Africa has. We talk about food, talk about water, talk about conflict, talk about migration, climate, environment, they are the core. What have we done well? What can we do better? Honorable, over to you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, moderator, for that question. Number one is, as members of parliament, we have roles to play. And one of the roles is legislation, appropriation, representation, and oversight. In my committee of climate change, when I joined the committee, there was no climate change act in the Parliament of Uganda. Much as there was climate change policy in 2015, there was no climate change law. There was no committee actually in Parliament. So what we did was to ensure that we have a committee in Parliament that can be able to be a mouthpiece for all the stakeholders, government, civil society, academia, and private sector, so that their issues can be presented on the floor of Parliament. As we talk now, we have a Climate Change Act, which was passed in 2021. And in the Climate Change Act, of course, we realized that major problem facing climate was actually finance. There is no climate finance, and our position is very clear, and this is what I still advocate, that the first money to address climate change in any country must come from the budget of that country. The second money should be from other sources that should be supplementary. I think that is very important. But that money will not be a priority if awareness in the people who are allocating these resources, if they don't appreciate that climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution is a very serious issue. Then number two, for us to ensure that there is money in the budget, we provided for a certificate, like a gender certificate, that when the ministries, department, and budget framework papers are brought to Parliament, unless it is accompanied by a certificate, no budget of any ministry, department, or agencies can pass on the floor of Parliament unless there is a certificate showing that there is substantial amount of money put in the budget to address climate change. And that is in the law. We also realized that awareness was still low. We also provided for integration of climate change research, education and research into the curriculum, right from primary up to the university. We think that with that awareness, people will be able to appreciate. Therefore, as members of parliament, as policymakers, we ensure that the laws that are in place should be able to address the challenges facing climate change as a country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Songach Rollins. We'll be getting back to you on the issue of what can we do better going forward. What are the actions, the action steps we need to do better? Because the whole thing is about doing now, it's implementing. What can we do better? What can we increase? What can we enhance going forward? Thanks very much, Honorable Songa. I now want to turn to Michael Adinio. You are in charge, you are the country director of Oxford Policy in Ethiopia, in this area. Where are the gaps and what can we do well going forward? What is it that we are missing and what is our next opportunity? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. There's been a lot that's been said, the requirement of understanding the challenge ahead. So I couldn't be able to do justice to come after the professor and try to explain the need that's been established. But understanding what and what to do would be the next steps. In the case of Ethiopia, for example, once understanding the challenge, bringing that collective efforts, both at a national and international level, was a step that's been taken
by the Honorable Prime Minister Hailemariam in the past and the government. Understanding and conducting the necessary research is the first step in solving the problem. We have to be able to develop options that clearly outlines the policy options for each government to undertake. There is a cost associated with it. There is an opportunity loss and an opportunity gains that needs to be considered. So within government, then there has to be the tool and the mechanism in place to develop the necessary options. But the challenge doesn't stop on having the right policy, I agree. It will require an extensive policy implementation that's financed internally as well as with diverse players in this space. This would mean understanding the landscape and being able to have the resources necessary, both at an international level from the various climate-related finance mechanism available, but also mobilizing resources locally. Now, this would require a mind shift on addressing the challenge, because not all problems would require an intervention from outside. There is a great lesson that's been learned. For example, His Excellency Hailemariam's foundation works with local communities in some of the national parks that has worked grassroots efforts that change their lives while contributing positively to the impact of climate change. Now, there are so many others initiatives that we understand that can be amplified. While implementation and building on the necessary local indigenous initiatives, it's also important to be able to strengthen the institutional capacity. It was important to note, while the presentation outlines there is a disparity and asymmetry on information, so the role information plays, the data and evidence insight are much more important moving forward for the various African countries. Now, it is important that we've addressed the implementation, but the process does not stop there. Having the necessary reforms that looks into changing how we operate is an important step to undertake. So this requires the mindset change, requires institutional reforms. So we have to be able to back those demands with the necessary reform and change that could be able to sustain this. And last but not least, we have to be able to continuously monitor, evaluate, and learn. This would mean that we have to iterate the process and approach that we're implementing. So as a result, that we would be able to learn from our mistake as we move forward. The 6 maybe process that I've outlined would require to have a systems thinking in our approach. The challenge does not apply in silo, which means for us to understand and address it, we have to be able to see its implication for a multi-sectorial dimension, but also have a tool that has a system component in addressing it. So this is maybe the...
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know whether the team handling communication will be able to get us Dr. David Obura online. Is he on or not? Yes, you're welcome.
Yes, I'm
David Obura.
Thank you. I can hear you.
Yes, is the founding director of Cardio. You know, we've had a wonderful time here with Professor Kereka. I hope you're following, and also His Excellency Prime Minister Hailemariam sharing very important insights on the actionable outputs that we should be looking at, and also the rest of the panelists that we have here. Now, Dr. Bora, take us through what you think are still the existing gaps and how you see us tackling them going forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It's indeed an honor for me to be here with the excellencies on this panel and the previous panel. I want to thank the organizers for letting me participate remotely like this, and I hope the sound is good for you. Perhaps what I'll do in response to your question is to answer a little bit more from the role that I also hold now. I think you can see in my name. I'm the chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. I'm from Kenya. I'm a coral reef scientist based in Cordio, my organization that you mentioned. But now I oversee this intergovernmental panel that is like the IPCC, but for nature, but not just biodiversity, but how nature supports people. And we have just produced two global assessment reports that were approved in Namibia in December. We had our plenary there. And these provide many of the solutions and some of the options that some of the panelists have already mentioned. And I was very pleased to hear the strength of Professor Okereke's observations in his presentation, presenting from a climate angle and from an economic angle as well, because these are really the challenges that we face in Africa. And I think the solutions that are viable to us in the challenges that come in the future come from nature, come from the way that our farming systems and our production systems depend on nature intimately. The majority of our populations live very close to the lands and the waters, and we need to really maximize the benefits that we can get from these systems and reintegrate back into nature the way we used to be. We have changed in the last 100 years as we have modernized. We need to find new and innovative ways to learn how to live effectively and sustainably from nature as well, because many of the solutions come from there. If I can just highlight these two reports that we produced, one following from the global assessments IPBES produced in 2019.
Can you hear us, Dr. Bura? Okay, I think we have a problem with the connection. I would like to, in the meantime, because of time, to get back to Professor Okereke. You outlined the vulnerability hotspots very well, especially the tension that is between economic development and the environmental, conservation and preservation and so on. So that one is okay. One would want to hear something about the progress being made. The theme of this conference is about progress. What is the progress and pioneering initiatives that are going on in Africa that give hope that we can find our way out? Like Prime Minister Hailemariam said, in COVID, Africa was said it's going to disappear of the globe. And Prime Minister Hailemariam says, we have only one earth, and so on. So which are those wonderful places of hope that we can build upon? 3 minutes.
We need to start with can you hear me? In my presentation, I gave very many examples of where we have made progress.
Yes.
We've made progress in, as you reiterated, in enacting climate change laws. My friend from Uganda gives a very powerful example. We've made progress in climate policies. We've made progress in climate targets. We've made progress in tree planting. We've made progress in the Green Great Wall. We've made progress in renewable energy installations, 62 gigawatts now. One of the things that gives me joy is the progress that our youth have made in the area of green innovation and entrepreneurship. We've made progress in getting more community initiatives in the area of climate change. Wherever you look, climate change action has increased across Africa. The problem, however, is that the scale of action in these areas fall far short of what is really needed to experience the transformational change that is necessary to grapple with the action. And I gave many examples. For example, the quantum gap in climate finance is a major issue. And my good friend said it all here. We are very good in making policies, but not in monitoring the extent to which we have implemented policies. There is no African country that I know today that can give me a very powerful quantitative and qualitative assessment of their NDC implementation. Every other year, we write policies and we try to jump through the hoops of meeting global NDC targets, but not a robust assessment of how far we have gone. And data remains a challenge. When I try to model energy requirements for Nigerian NDC, I struggle with where to get the data. I then have to rely again on World Bank data, which gives many, many gaps. So we need to invest in data, we need to invest in major large-scale monitoring and evaluation. One more point I noticed is that many of our leaders pay lip service to climate change, and that is not good enough. In Nigeria, for example, if you read the macroeconomic plan of my country, you will see that Nigeria is still committed to increasing the quantum of its oil generation. We are targeting 3 million barrels per annum. At the same time, if you look at our NDC commitment and our net zero commitment, you will see that these two collide. Now, I'm not saying you should not target oil production, but tell me how I can read these two documents and understand them. There is a robust conversation that needs on how to reconcile and achieve policy coherence. If you're going to do oil, do oil. If you're going to do climate change. If you want to reconcile the two, talk to me and I can advise you on the concrete ways to try and reconcile it. Don't hold those two balls as if they don't relate. Because at the end of the day, Rule 101 of economics says that when economic policies conflict with environmental policy, economic policy will always win.
Thank you. Thank you. But the education conversation that was here earlier emphasized AI and even blockchain. I think we will need to move into that direction going forward. When we have a conference like this one, we are able to track progress properly. We are able to use you know very well, Professor, the algorithms and data so that we can know where in Africa is there stagnation, where in Africa are we making progress, where in Africa are we declining. And we are able to use the data and algorithms to be able to, first of all, describe the situation, but also diagnose it, and then provide prescriptive actions. What do we do? And also probably predictive. I think when we respond to things, it's about responding to the future. There will be no food, and the desert is advancing, and there will be more drought, and probably more insects and so on. You see quite a lot of dangerous species that belong to the forest. They are beginning to find residence in human beings. So, thank you very much, panelists. But I would like to turn over to the audience, to the plenary. We are going to take 4 questions. We are going to take 4 questions. From this side, we are going to have 2, and also from my left-hand side, we are going to take 2. Can we have the microphone moving for the first question? And please, when you ask the question, or you're making a comment, make sure that it's within 2 minutes if you can. Don't be tempted to give a speech. So 2 questions, and you also indicate the person you want to answer this question.
Okay. Here, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. I hope I'm clear. My name is Ziada Zalwango. I consult with the African Union Development Agency. And currently we're doing a lot of work in how to decarbonize supply chains, specifically within the manufacturing. And specifically now my question is directed to Professor from the University of Bristol. You mentioned a very interesting statement where you said development and climate change are like within a womb. In other words, they move together. And then it got me thinking, because one of the things we are trying to push for when it comes to economic development for the small and medium-term enterprises is how can we integrate them into the global value chains? And one of the key areas that will always come about is adoption of sustainable business practices, whether it's within manufacturing, whether it's in their processes and their systems. So now speaking to this sector, systematically, what do you believe needs to be done to actually support their integration within this global value chain, within the context of adopting the ESG standards? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question. Yes, on the right-hand side. I'll you move the microphone? Oh, still on this side. Please, fire.
Thank you, moderator, and I would love to applaud the speakers and the panelists for the reflective and motivatingly remarks that they shared. So I want to also reiterate and say that for Africa, we need to own climate change and environmental issues because these are our matters, but also we need to find ways on how we can strengthen our negotiating powers. And I think that has been said well. I wanted to pose this as a statement, but I'm going to send it back to the experts because this is the biggest challenge that we are having in Africa. If I am to ask in the room, any of us, how would you define climate change in your language? So I'll send back to the panelists. How best can we localize climate change for country ownership, but also for community ownership? I want to end by a statement by saying, again, what Professor said, that we need to find ways of maneuvering our politics and find the right people to speak to climate change and related issues. I believe that the power lies in communities, the people who understand their challenges, who have the lived experience, and who know what works. So for the governments in the room, we need to tap into the power of civil society and work with them as partners, find meaningful avenues of how we can use civil society as a bargaining entity to push through this agenda because they know the intelligence, they have access to spaces where some of us do not even engage in these negotiating spaces. Civil society is there. So work with them and find ways to make those relationships meaningful and result-oriented. But I return my question to the panelists.
It's
Thank
okay.
you.
Thanks very much. Now, next one, we want to be a little faster. Yes, your name and where you come from.
Thank you. My name is Oburie Deo Mbabaz. I'm a born of Africa, just by border in Uganda. I'm a Ugandan. I want to appreciate the presidents and the professors there. My question originates from professor from Nigeria, who is praising tree planting and knowing that across Africa, tree planting is foreign funded and it is displacing people and communities to generate carbon credits from polluters. And while local farmers and local Africans are starving, how can we call this a climate action when it violates SDG 2, zero hunger, and also SDG 15, which talks about life on land? Why are our presidents here and those not here refuse carbon colonization? We are running off from political colonization, but the West, if I can call it, or the North, whichever language you use, are coming to colonize us through that means, carbon colonization, and we are praising them. We are saying thank you so much. And even the funding, the investment they bring here, it is again to cause us problems as young generation, even your children, because it is a debt, and you are ushering it. Thank you so much. Whoever the president or professor, thank you.
Thank you. The last one?
The last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Dixon. I work with a government program. My question is really about climate financing. I hope we all understand at this level, we don't have to go through all these details. The climate financing, you all know it has a source for this finance to come to us, and depends on who pollutes more, for example. Now, I also believe that for us to manage this, we need a system, like we need a formula on who brings this money. I agree with you, my Ethiopian friend, but the source, I don't want us to own too much that we don't really commit. So I would want us to agree on a formula. For you, what kind of formula? And Professor, which formula do you think works best? Because it's about who pollutes more, and you don't impose on people who don't pollute. So what do you think is your formula? Because, for example, carbon credits, you credit who for what? Why? Just like that. I hope we all understand each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now turn over to the panelists for these questions, but I should feel free to enhance this conversation or reinforce it or supplement on some few points. But we have, if you can, very respectfully, keep your answers within just about 3 minutes only, because we have to move on to the summary of this conversation that we are having. The question number 1 was directed to Professor. Can you please take it up? 3 minutes.
Well, I can answer that. The point about, from Zayana, about value chain, decarbonization is very important. I told you in my presentation there are about 17 countries that have managed to decouple their economics growth from decarbonization. But actually, when you look more deeply into the number, you will find that it depends on how they have handled the issue of value chain decarbonization. And that some of them are praising themselves for reducing carbon in their territory without really accounting for the carbon they've exported from China, for example. So if you really want to have globally effective decarbonization, you have to deal with the entire value chain. On the issue of localization, I cannot agree with you more. This is why I say with His Excellency Mohamed Mazik that this is a political issue. I see a lot of African countries that do not empower the communities and the civil society to amplify the position of the government, even in negotiation, but instead treat them as some kind of people that are clogging the space, without knowing that you can really amplify the voice of Africa by amplifying the voice of the civil societies and communities. My dear friend, I think we should praise tree planting, rightly as I have done, but also recognize that we should do it in a way that do not displace people. These two things are not always in tension. It is about how you do it rather than when you do it. In the 100,000 hectares that I talked about, many of those are already degraded land. They are not displacing people. But I agree with you that whenever we plant trees, we need to make sure that we do it in a sustainable way. As to Dixon, the formula is already out there. The question is not really about formula for finance. The question is about implementation. And I'm going to let my panelists to speak more into that.
Thank you. Can we have a comment from you, Michael? Michael, on any of them, there are 4 questions, especially the one on indigenous, marginalization of indigenous knowledge systems. That's a very interesting one. But whichever you choose,
sure.
Please.
Thank you very much. Now, coming from roots, at least in opium, from academia in Oxford University, there is also a push and pull factor. Sometimes you have to appreciate the research will try to understand potential impact and then suggest a solution, but not we're always good understanding the political economy because we don't operate in vacuum, which means there is always a conflicting interest, or at least different interest that has to be reflected in our assumption, which means there is a room for further dialogue, understanding different positions, as it may be so different from ours, and then work a mutually beneficiary way out. Now, thinking about the financing component, I think there are a couple of things that could be done. There is a lot of effort that's been done in the continent. We've managed to do a number of research across sub-Saharan Africa and then the Southeast, looking at a lot of investments being done in this space. But it is very difficult to identify and quantify them within our PFM systems. So it is very important to understand the efforts that we're doing, so the the public finance mechanism that we have in place, understand and see our contribution as a solution to the problem, but also look into innovative, both local and different mechanism that we haven't tried before, whether it's being blended finance, wealth done good, green bonds, and so on and so forth. So we have to be able to see the challenge and reflect on what is capable and something within our reach, and that starts with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we've quite covered a lot around the law, the policies, and the targets. Going forward, what do we do? You know, the Africans say that there is only one way of standing still, but there are very many ways of moving forward. Which are those?
Thank you very much. What can we do as people in Uganda, people in Africa? What can we do? Number one, let us strengthen capacity building and mindset change. Because people are throwing rubbish, blocking our channels, causing floods in cities and so on, they need a mindset change. Number two, we need to strengthen research and innovation, especially aiming at import substitution. We are making solar panels in China, in Germany, in Italy, or US, bringing it to Uganda. And yet materials for making those panels are coming from Africa. The emissions of transporting these raw materials and then the finished product back, that is a challenge. So we need innovations that can substitute this kind of import. Number three, we need better climate finance mechanism. We need direct funding. Much of the money that are being released, if you look on paper, money that has come to Uganda, it is a lot, but what has reached the grassroots is very minimal. So we need direct funding so that we don't spend all the money in professional fees and consultancy. Number four, we need to aim at net zero. Yes, we have discovered oil and gas. If our target is production of greenhouse gases should be equal to absorption of greenhouse gases produced, there is no problem with that. So we need to aim at a net zero and toward moving more towards renewable energy. But we need these renewable energy investments to be in Uganda, to be in Africa, than importing raw materials. Number five, we need to address mortality. Because people are going to sell firewood and charcoal because agriculture has failed, because all the monies they got in agriculture is spent on medical bills. And yet, what is causing mortality in Uganda, for example, in the rural area, is lack of access to clean drinking water, sanitation, hygiene, nutrition, and energy for cooking and lighting. If we can make lighting easy for the people in the rural area, especially mothers with babies, then we shall cut down on the indoor air pollution and promote clean cooking. Now, another point is the wealthy people in Africa, if we really need to address climate change. Since we have seen international money has a lot of bureaucracy and it is coming not really to address the challenges we have. The wealthy people in Africa, what is the problem if we put our money in a bank in Africa and we borrow that money, we give it to our countries at low interest rate, than going for high interest loans? Some of the loans are even being used to build hydropower dam without minding about the adjacent community. They continue to destroy the watershed. As a result, the dams will dry, but you continue paying this high interest loan. So wealthy people in Africa, why don't we open a bank in Africa where we keep our money and fund our countries? Then another issue is we need resilient infrastructure. Because if we don't have resilient bridges, resilient roads, it is going to water down all our efforts and it will affect the economy of our countries. And then international community, our appeal to them should be, they should put a basket fund. And one of the uses of the basket fund should be for infrastructure development in Africa. And it should come with minimal conditions or conditionalities. It should not be too long or bureaucratic that you cannot access that money. Finally, we need better terms of trade, including the critical minerals, trade in carbon trade. We need better terms of trade. If this is the same product, let the price be favorable for the farmer in Uganda who on average has 2 acres of land. And if you have decided to put 1 acre under trees and I want to absorb carbon dioxide, pay me good money so that I can use them for non-farm investment or income generating activities. I think that is my position.
Okay, thank you very much. But you know, every time you were speaking, that was quite a big order. And the UONGOZI Institute, I don't know how UONGOZI Institute is funded really, but I know that there are development partners there, and there is also some support from the government. But I think we need to be very intentional about the resources available at UONGOZI Institute. UONGOZI Institute should be a technology entity. It should be a technology entity. Because what we are discussing here, we're discussing progress. Progress means measurement. It means feedback and reinforcement. You know, leapfrogging quantitatively and qualitatively, one needs numbers. And therefore, every African country, 54 of them, there has to be a definitive commitment on ensuring that we have the resources to do most of the things Professor Okereke was talking about. We don't want this to be a conversation where there are so many people talking and so on. No, we want this to be very clear and visible, that some people, some areas are stagnant, others are able to move forward, others are taking on too much. And so we need something. We need to work with the numbers. And there's no way we are going to negotiate our way out of this situation unless we have some solid data and evidence. I would like, again, before His Excellency Prime Minister Mariam comes in, I would like to get your comments briefly. Sorry, Dr. Bura, we got that technology glitch, and we can find a way of summarizing in the next 2-3 minutes. Doctor, over to you.
This opportunity to speak at the last minute. Perhaps I'll just emphasize what has already been said, is that especially for Africa, climate is not an isolated challenge. It's a challenge of sustainability for all. And we need to localize our understanding of it. I think coming down to civil society, this was a question that was asked, is critical for that. And people understand in their local context the sustainability challenges they face. How do we address those? The question was raised on tree planting. Of course, we shouldn't be just maximizing carbon sequestration in the interests of foreign finance. We should be understanding how to improve carbon sequestration alongside food provisioning and water management and so on in local context. So how do we generate the best solutions for our communities, for our local economies, and building up to these circular supply chains that have been talked about and at regional levels, so that we really address the challenges that we face in our context with the knowledge that we have, the training and the expertise, the youth and the innovation that we can generate within a continent. So I'll just finish with that because I think the messages have been very strong. And certainly that aligns with the science that IPDAS produces to support these options. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like now to turn over to His Excellency Prime Minister Mariam. Soon after he's finished, I'm going straight to His Excellency President Koroma. You could choose actually between the executive order, if you had an opportunity, or the 60 seconds to the next generation climate leaders of Africa. So you could choose any of the two. And His Excellency President Mohamed Mazouk will be coming to you after Koroma. Over to you, Prime Minister Hailemariam.
Thank you so much, moderator. I think first of all, as Africans, we need to bring all the understandings, knowledge, evidence together so that we can be able to negotiate. This negotiation calls for the involvement of our people at the grassroots, like a civil society movement, as was mentioned. But nonetheless, the most important thing is, again, these negotiations are also hijacked by civil society groups from elsewhere. I remember when we were in COP, I think something 22 or so, when we went for the negotiation, there was a lots of civil society group, they call it civil society, representing Africa. Many white people representing Africa. I don't mean white people cannot represent us. We have a very good people who are very friendly to African countries. They can represent us, but our real civil society has to represent us. So what do we mean by civil society is a big issue that has to be addressed. Even within Africa, there are already rent-seeking civil society groups who work for those guys, even though they are Africans, but already bought in Africans serving those people. So I think this issue has to be streamlined properly. So we should have our own civil society movement that works for Africa. The second issue I just wanted to mention is that I think not all our afforestation programs are donor-driven. My own country, Ethiopia, we have planted more than how many billions of seedlings and trees, but none of those been supported by external donors. It was our own people's making. So I think sharing these experiences is very important because the civil society and local community movement is one of the examples we can mention in Ethiopia where all these trees were planted by our people because Ethiopians understand what climate change is, what the impact of climate change is, how drought and flooding has affected us so much. And there is no much effort to educate people in terms of climate change because that is a daily life they are living in. So I think this mobilization is very essential and we have done that. By the way, we undermine our people. If I give you one example, we built $6 billion Grand Renaissance Dam by simply mobilizing our people without getting a penny from donor money. This is an example which can be seen by all African countries. So our people has that capacity, has that energy, if we can mobilize, if they can get political support and mobilization. So we shouldn't undermine this capacity we have in Africa. So that's why I said we have that capacity and we have to prepare ourselves properly. We are not, as a politicians, our deficiency is we are not using evidences. We are not mobilizing our higher education institutions. We are not mobilizing our think tanks. We are not using evidence and knowledge as a basis for our work. That's our problem. Exactly. So we have to bring this together and be strong to negotiate. Our mistake is we always see that there is a moral imperative, so our donors or wealthy countries can sympathize for us Africans. That is not true. They are coming for their own interest. No one negotiates against its own interest. The only thing is when you negotiate, there will be some compromises. Otherwise, everybody wants to fulfill its own interest. So I think it's an interest-based negotiation. We have to understand that. So the problem of what was the word? Carbon colonization is not the colonials' problem. It is our problem. because we are not ready. I mean, even the previous colonization was our problem because we are not ready. In countries where they're ready, they were able to expel. My own country is an example. Ethiopia was able to expel the Italians who came in. So the only thing is we did have a very good king who was able to mobilize all Ethiopians. In the other places, there were small kingdoms everywhere. They are not coordinated, so they were easily prey for colonialists to take over. So that shows that unity is a strength, and mobilizing our own resources and our people is a means towards negotiation and getting whatever we can get out of this process. So I think we shouldn't undermine our capacity, and we shouldn't also always be victim mentality. We should always liberate ourselves to negotiate in a proper way. So having said this, I think the Prime Minister has come. So
yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
The Prime Minister of Uganda, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, has just arrived. You are welcome, Madam Prime Minister. You found us making closing remarks, but I would like to keep the panel here, the panelists, and I hope Dr. Obura, you will stay on as we listen to your choice, Your Excellencies. I will start with His Excellency Koroma to give us choose executive order or 60 seconds to the next generation climate leaders in Africa. Over to you. Where's the microphone? You stay where you were, but you'll probably be facing us. We don't want to bother you coming up this way. Can we have... I'm sorry. Actually, you can speak from wherever you want. If you want to come here, no problem. If you want to come right where I am, no harm.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I will not want to go the way of the executive orders.
Yes.
Because the world is experiencing the effect of executive orders, and we don't know where it will end up. So I will rather want to talk to the activists,
yes,
the young generation advocates. The issues of climate change are real. They are with us, and they are manifesting themselves in the floods that we experience, the droughts, and the fires. There are no two ways about it. We experience it every day, and I believe there is no country in Africa that have not had their own share of this experience. But for me, I believe it is an issue of survival at all levels. It is an issue of lack of funds at all levels. It is also an issue to a great extent of lack of knowledge. And when I talk about survival, I mean survival at the government level, as president and my cabinet and government, I have to survive. At the community level, we have to survive. And the ordinary farmer in his locality also have to survive. Professor made good points, but the reality is that in some countries that depend on the export of mineral resource, which is contributing to more than 60% of their GDP, how would you modify to continue to meet your budgetary allocations and other things? That is a big responsibility. The man in the village who is used to farming, going to various locations to farm, would you tell him to stop his farming methods? Or will you tell him to stop the felling of timber for an income that he depends on for his survival? When the adaptation funds are not available, some are not available, and those that are available are not adequate. The same thing goes to the level of the community. So for me, it is a moment of developing strong partnerships at all levels. The government and the leadership must be very strong and focused. Information and studies are out there. I am sure if what you have presented here today is presented at a meeting of the AU, you will have invitations to all countries to come and advise them. So such knowledge is important and it is available. It is for the leadership to look into all of these problems and ensure that we move on and address our problems. There is no quick fix. No quick fix, and no one solution will fit all. So there has to be a moment of effective negotiations, trying to understand the government's position, the community's position, and the ordinary man's position. Whilst the fires are burning, whilst the flood is everywhere, and the drought is everywhere, also a question of soil. So I believe this is a moment in which we have to integrate our engagement. Very strong, committed, and informed engagements. As politicians, we have to be sincere, we have to be looking at our immediate needs, but looking at the medium and long-term solutions of the problems of our various locations. And also for the ordinary man, there has to be some give and take. A necessary balance has to be struck to ensure that at the end of the day, it becomes a win-win situation for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. We shall now have His Excellency, the President Mohammed. Yes, please.
Well, I totally agree with His Excellency Hailemariam Dessalegn when he says that we have to stop behaving like victims. But the problem is that we are really victims. Africa is a victim of the policy of, let's call them by the name, for political and economic power, the United States, Western Europe, India, and China. We are victims of all the policy of those four political and economic powers. So, of course, we have to rely on ourselves. Of course, we have to do everything we can do to save our continents. Of course, civil society, etc., etc. I totally agree with that. But also, we have to go to those partners and say, hey, we are paying a heavy price for your policies. We cannot move forward and achieve our goals if you continue, to have the same policies. So please stop polluting. And then also you have to repair the crimes, because we are victims of these crimes, political and economic crimes that we have in this country. And this would need, of course, that we have a strong political will among the African states, among the African leaders. So I appeal to the African leaders to be more aggressive and more impolite with those political and economic power and say, hey, stop, and give us retribution, because we are victims of your policy. It's not our responsibility, to fight this catastrophic situation. It's also your responsibility. This must be stressed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before I come finally to His Excellency our patron, UONGOZI Institute. He will be the last to speak before I invite in someone to give us the summary of our proceedings. I would like to ask the same question to the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, in either, again, it's something you sign, or 60 minutes, 60 seconds with the next generation climate activists in Africa. 60 seconds, what would you tell them? You want to come here? Okay. Yes, please, feel free.
Sorry. Thank you, Moderator Dr. Chimboa. I'm sorry I came in late, so I had not looked at all of you. So I took this opportunity to come over and have a close look. I am someone with a security background, and I always say security is a foundational pillar. The president yesterday was talking about pillars of state to maintain security, stability, and therefore development. And one of those major pillars is security. I want to add today that one other pillar for state stability, for the stability even of humanity, is what we are discussing today, the environment. Because I want to invite everyone to consider the environment not as a sidebar issue, but it is a foundation for our future. And when I address the young people, I think my message to them is, this is in your hands. Equip yourselves to fight it. It is an existential war. You either live or survive, depending on how you handle this question. As Professor Chaikuremoje, I hope I got it right, as he said in his interesting address, which I don't want to repeat, but really these are the points he's made. Africa, and I have made this point many times in my capacity as the chairman of the African Global Security, which handles all around security for Africa. Africa is disproportionately affected by climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, despite contributing less than 4% of global emissions. We are the heaviest losers, and in fact, the people who are responsible for this make a demand that we must play a greater role than them in containing this threat to society. Africa holds great potential for green growth, and I would like to call upon the youth really to equip themselves with information and knowledge about this point, because if we are to fight, you better have the skills, you have the knowledge. Africa has 65% of the world's uncultivated arable land. 65% of the uncultivated arable land of the world is in Africa. We have vast renewable energy resources, and as His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete said earlier in his address, Africa by 2050, I think it is there, we will have 1.2 billion youth. These youth are not victims of the environment, I want you not to look at yourselves as victims of the environmental crisis, but be and consider yourselves the architects of the solution. Find the solution to this impeding crisis. Africa's environmental challenges really cannot be solved. Let me repeat a point made by many people because it is an important point. It will not be solved by foreign governments or foreign aid. Youth-led and hyper-local. This refers to Okereke's point, and there is a lady who made the same point here. Hyper-local solutions are the way to go. And the environment really is something that will shape your jobs, your health, and security. You have the numbers, the youth, you have the creativity, and you have the moral authority to demand better. So my call on youth is act now and force us, the leaders, to act faster, to act better. You know, there is an African saying that the earth is not inherited from our ancestors. It is borrowed from our children. You young people, don't leave it to us. These are your lives. This is your future. Please stand up and fight. Africa's greatest resource is not oil, is not even these forests. It is the youth. You, the youth of Africa. It's you Africa will rely on. It is you that will move this continent forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi. Now, it's again my pleasure to invite Right Honorable Rwakana Rugunda to come and you have a choice to speak from there or to come here, whichever you prefer, to the next generation climate leaders.
Your Excellencies, I'll make some additional comments on what has already been said. Professor Okereke, you made a good statement, and that should be able to both inform us and help us in our mobilization for climate change. I think climate change is has a big problem. Deniers of climate change. Very powerful people with a lot of resources. So we should not take things for granted that, oh, the world accepts the phenomenon of climate change. And therefore, those of us who support the cause for fighting climate change must be prepared to make an extra step. As you know, and the figures from the professor were good, he showed us a list of delegations from African countries. 1, 2. When there are many, 3 members of the delegation. But for the developed countries and rich countries, 100, 50. So ultimately, when it comes to the debate on issues of climate change globally, the voice of Africa is scattered, is balkanized, and is not heard. It is only more recently when we got the predecessor of Hailemariam, Meles Zenawi, when he led us in the Paris negotiations and the Paris Accord. The fact that Africa had a spokesperson, the world listened. Therefore, one of the biggest problems is balkanization and weakening of our voice, which we must fight against. The additional point was made by Prime Minister Hailemariam when he said, we in Ethiopia, we are strong with a good king, and we were able to defeat colonialism, and colonialism never therefore dared itself to come to Ethiopia. Now, whereas other African countries were having many small kings, small chiefs, who had no capacity to resist colonialism. And therefore, Africa was overrun. Therefore, the point I'm really making is that if we have to have the desired impact in the struggle against global warming, we as Africans need to be organized, need to be united, and need to speak with one powerful voice. On the question of what to do, yes, we must plant trees, we must generate hydropower, not hydropower alone, but solar energy. And one of the speakers made this very good point, said, we have our minerals taken to developed countries, they make solar panels, they bring them back, selling them to us very expensively. So we in Africa, why can't we have 1 or 2 centers concentrating on manufacturing of solar panels for Africa's needs? If we do that, they will be cheaper, they will be more affordable, and will have greater impact on issues of fighting against climate change. So in a nutshell, let's unite, let's have one powerful voice, the world will listen, and our impact on global change will be taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister Wakana Rugunda, for the key insights that you've shared to the next generation climate action leaders. Finally, I'm going to request His Excellency President Jakaya Kikwete to give us the final word from the leaders. You are the leaders who have experience, first of all. You know, in where I come from, they usually say, age is wisdom. So I actually tend to respond to them that sometimes age comes alone. But in your particular case, your presence here alone proves one thing, that age comes with wisdom. So you have the wisdom, you have the experience, you have the gravitas, you have the networks and regional leadership. Let's hear from you. What would you tell in 60 seconds? I think you are free to take more. The next generation leaders in Africa.
Well, I never expected that I'll be asked to speak, because there have been very eminent and prominent speakers who have said everything that wanted to be said. I would only remind people of, or inform people that the African Union has a committee called CAHOSC, Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change. At one point, Prime Minister Meles chaired that committee, and I also chaired at one point this committee, and it is always for 2 years. You chaired for 2 years. I remember during my term, we organized Africa's position in the COP summit in Poland, and after that, the COP summit somewhere in either Peru or Bolivia in Latin America. So I want to say that
There is no shortage of voice in Africa. The committee has 10 heads of state and government of the African Union. They meet and they develop Africa's position on climate. There is a team of African negotiators on climate. I wanted to say that. Don't come out of here thinking that Africa is not organized in arguing Africa's case on climate change. This is something that I wanted to give you information, because what is being said here, it appears as if Africa is not organized, there is now a need for getting unity. Africa is organized. There is a team of negotiators. I remember one of the leaders was a Sudanese guy. I remember one of our Tanzanian climate experts who is now the advisor to President Samia on climate issues, Dr. Muyungi, was part of that team. They have experts. They are highly knowledgeable because I chaired Kahoski. So I want to have no worries about that. Africa is well organized on arguing Africa's case for climate change. The only problem we face is that those who pollute are not ready to listen. And because they are powerful, there is nothing we can do about that. There isn't much that we can do about it. But I want to, this is the honest thing. Because there was a time we were talking about shared but differentiated responsibilities. This was the original thinking. They refuse to that now. The professor cannot testify. They don't like it. Shared but differentiated responsibilities. That those who pollute more should take bigger responsibility on redressing the climate change, the global pollution problem. But then it was part of the principles, I think, from Kyoto. Now they have argued, I think, the last Paris agreement, they deleted it because they don't want to take responsibility. This is our biggest problem. So we have got to keep on shouting. We have to keep on making our points. Yes, as President Nyerere was saying, we are weak, but at least when the powerful step on your foot, you simply have to tell them that, please, you are hurting me. So we have to continue to do that. The other thing which is food for thought, there was a time I attended this meeting in New York. We were discussing climate change and forest conservation. I said, and I couldn't get the answer, because people are paid for planting trees. But people are not being paid or rewarded for forest conservation. You get my point? There are people who invest so much money on conservation of forests, but you are not recognized and you are not paid. But if you cut those trees and plant, then you are paid for planting. So I said, this is the other anomaly. They don't recognize people who are doing a lot of conservation. And that's why the forests in the Congo would be depleted. But if we recognize, as the Congo is one of the important carbon sinks for carbon sequestration, then we should acknowledge that and find ways of carbon. But if somebody today comes and negotiates with the government of the Congo and says, okay, fine, I'm going to preserve this forest, this one is paid. Even the professor have shown us sleep. But actually, those are forests that Africans have preserved them. It is just someone saying there with it, because this one is clever, that he can make money out of pretending that he's preserving that forest. A forest that has been there for ages, and he is paid. So there is a lot of issues there at that anomalies that we need to continue. And Professor, you're part of those negotiators, talk about these issues, and thank you. But otherwise, I commend the panel. They have made wonderful contributions. I think it is time now to listen to the Prime Minister. Yes? And we're about to conclude. So let's take us there. So I think this is what I can contribute. I wanted to remind you that don't come out of here thinking that Africa is not organized. Africa is organized. Africa is organized. The committee is called Kahoski. I chaired that committee for 2 years. In fact, when we had the summit in Equatorial Guinea, I presented a report there on all the opportunities that African countries can make. That is where we developed a proper concept note on Africa's position on climate issues. We came up with benchmarks and roadmap on how to proceed on that. So Africa is organized, and we have teams of negotiators. The only biggest hurdle we have is the people. Today, you know, for example, last time the Biden administration endorsed Paris. But Trump comes, failed. Clinton was part of the Kyoto Protocol. Bush came out of the protocol. Obama comes, he becomes part of the climate agreement. Obama leaves, Trump comes, they get out. So this is one of the biggest problems. Those who are responsible don't take up it. Africa contributes only 4% of carbon emission in the world, but we suffer the most. I can give examples. The glaciers in Mount Kilimanjaro are declining. I don't know for how long that cap of ice is going to be there, how many more years it's going to be there. It is because of global warming. Sea level have risen. We have islands in Tanzania that have been submerged. And one interesting island is Mazoe, near the Sadani National Park. This Mazoe Island used to be the hatchery of the green turtles. The green turtles have a particular place where they would just go lay eggs and then they disappear. What happened? When this island went under, the turtles just moved to the mainland. And unfortunately, the mainland is what we call the Sadani National Park, one of the 2 national parks in the world where wildlife, a game park, is by the sea. I think the other one is in Indonesia. The other one is in Tanzania. So what happened? People were granting plots for construction of hotels. I had to intervene as president. I said, stop. Climate change is a factor of human action. The island has gone under. We have to forego the beach and leave it to the turtles to us. Again, it is something that we have to protect. So it is real. It is real. We have really to take it seriously. Some of our leaders don't understand. When we were saying, for example, leave 60 meters on the river banks, don't touch those 60 meters. Among the leaders we had big problems with are the village leaders, because they think planting close to that is the best. But when you do that, what happens? Rivers dry up. The rivers that were, the streams that used to have water perennially, these days don't have. They are seasonal rivers because we have just disturbed their ecology and the environment. So it's a serious matter, but Africa is on it. Let's continue to support our leaders, encourage our leaders to be courageous enough. They should continue to make noise. Yes, probably someday, the powers that be may listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency President Jakaya Kikwete, for those remarks before our guest of honor and chief guest comes in. We were supposed to have a short break, but our program became very interesting and we've stretched the time. So I'm going to request that we don't stop and we move towards closing. I'm requesting, I don't think I've got your permission, but do I have your permission that we move on to closure, or you want the break? Okay. Okay. Yes, thanks very much. Can we clap for them? Okay. Can we have the Chief Executive of Alpha Capital, Mr. Kamugisha? Is he ready for the summary? Yes, please. Can you come over? Can you please? Sorry? Okay. President Jakaya. Okay, I've been advised that we have 5 minutes of breathing time because of some other protocol gap that is there. 5 minutes, and then we start. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present a summary of the deliberations that we experienced from yesterday and today. It's a summary. It's not a verbatim record of what was actually said. And I hope we captured the main points well. So I'll try to read as the outcome from the two-day deliberations. And I start. The African Leadership Forum is an annual high-level event organized by the UONGOZI Institute, a leadership institute based in Tanzania. The forum is designed to promote strategic reflections and dialogue on leadership for Africa's development. It brings together former and current African leaders, policymakers, private sector actors, academics, and civil society to discuss key challenges and opportunities facing the continent. The 8th African Leadership Forum, that is this session, was held on the 7th and 8th April 2025 at the Speak Resort Convention Center, Munyonyo, Kampala, Republic of Uganda. It was attended by His Excellency Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the patron of ALF and former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, and convener of the forum. His Excellency Hailemariam Dessalegn Boshe, the former Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, and co-convener of the forum. His Excellency Ernest Bai Koroma, former President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. His Excellency Mohamed Mosef Marzuki, the former President of the Republic of Tunisia. The former heads of state and governments were also joined by His Excellency Gilbert Bali Baseka Bukenya, the former Vice President of Uganda, the Right Honorable Sam Kutesa, the former Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, the former Prime Minister of Uganda, Dr. Claver Gatete, the Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, Dr. Antonio Pedro, the Deputy Executive Secretary of UNECA, Dr. Mafa Chipeta, the former FAO representative to Ethiopia, the African Union, and UNECA, and the FAO sub-region coordinator for Eastern Africa. The forum was also addressed by His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. The theme of the forum was realizing sustainable development goals in Africa, progress and the way forward. The objective was to engage the high-level decision makers and people of influence to deliberate on the prospect of achieving the development goals as adopted by United Nations member states in 2015 and carried in the AU Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. During the 2 days, the former presidents and heads of government and the other participants deliberated on the agenda and noted, one, that Africa has made significant progress in some of the development goals, but faces challenges that may hinder timely achievement of all the sustainable development goals. Overall, only 12% of the SDG targets are on track across Africa. More than 50% are showing insufficient and stagnating progress, and some goals are regressing, especially in areas like health and well-being, hunger, climate vulnerability, and peace and security. Two, that key challenges include financing gap, whereby Africa needs more than $1.3 trillion annually to meet the SDG targets, but mobilizes far less. Ongoing instability in a number of regions and climate shocks that impact food security, infrastructure, and livelihoods. Three, that conventional wisdom that demands a holistic approach to deal with Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, since everything is interconnected, has not worked well for Africa, as resources tend to be spread too thinly with not much by way of impacts. 4, that Africa's post-independence development has lacked transformation, largely on account of politically unstable nations and states, political mismanagement in part for reasons of lack of appropriate political structures, restrictions on the private sector, privation of value addition in its exports, balkanization of economies, and the infrastructure deficit. 5, that Africa has generally implemented not what is developmentally best for it, but what the development partner countries are willing to fund, opening itself to manipulation and misdirection. 6, that Africa is largely ignored on the global arena because of negligible contribution, bearing only approximately 2 to 3% in many parameters of the global economy. 7, that continuing to export raw materials for beneficiation abroad, Africa effectively donates value and jobs to the rest of the world. 8, that Africa's education outcomes remain below the trajectory towards SDG 4 targets, mostly due to inadequate funding that constrains infrastructure, teacher training, and poor school retention and completion rates for all pupils and student categories. And 9, that climate change is real, is affecting Africa, and addressing its impacts is an immediate necessity. Having noted what I just said, the former presidents and heads of government adopted the following recommendations aimed at accelerating sustainable achievement of SDGs on the African continent. 1, to give precedence to prioritization in planning and focus resources and energy on a few catalytic interventions that promote economic growth while not entirely ignoring all else, in order to mitigate risks arising from inadequate funding for implementation of the SDGs. 2, to accord priority to development of domestic, regional, and continental markets, even as consideration is given to exporting beyond the continent. 3, to strive and increase Africa's share in key global indicators in order to effectively advocate for its interests on the global arena. 4, to hold investment in improving productivity in agriculture, which employs a large majority of the population in all African countries, critical economic infrastructure for accelerated growth and human capital, particularly education and health services, as prerequisites for the continent to maximize developmental impacts of public actions. 5, to push value addition and processing of its raw produce to export, the export of which has trapped Africa into low value, high volume, low return trade. 6, to proactively engage with, guide, and support the private sector in Africa to more effectively contribute to national and continental development efforts. 7, to expand investment in preventive health, especially mental health, especially for the youth. 8, to improve the quality of investment in education by adopting innovative financing, address non-fee costs, leverage technology, improve teacher qualification, align systems, that is the education system, with the job market needs, emphasize science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, that is STEM, and aim to produce job creators rather than job seekers. To inculcate the Nyerere philosophy on education in our young graduates. The philosophy says, those who receive this privilege, therefore, have a duty to return to their communities and serve them. Education is not for self-advancement, but for service. 10, Africa needs a coordinated and unified position led by better enabled African Commission in order to be more effective in defending its interests in international climate-related negotiations. To the extent possible, involve indigenous civil society organizations. Okay. Africa needs a coordinated and unified position led by better enabled African Commission in order to be more effective in defending its interests in international climate-related negotiations. To the extent possible, involve indigenous civil society organizations in voicing Africa's position. And finally, the forum thanks the government and people of Uganda for the warm reception and gracious hospitality that we have all enjoyed. The forum was closed by the right, is to be closed by the High Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, and I thank you for their attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamugisha, again for the summary. It's again my honor and privilege to invite Prime Minister Hailemariam to come here on behalf of the other leaders to invite our chief guest and guest of honor, Right Honorable Prime Minister Robin Anabanja.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished former leaders, honorable ministers, representatives from civil society, private sector, academia, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the former heads of state and government and participants, let me take this opportunity to thank once again the government and people of Uganda for the exceptional hospitality and generosity accorded to us. We have reached to the final session of our AIDS African Leadership Forum. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in incredibly valuable discussions, shared critical insights, and explored tangible solutions focused on looking into progress and way forward with regards to the realization of sustainable development goals in Africa. The energy, expertise, and commitment shown throughout these sessions have been truly inspiring, highlighting the shared determination across Africa's to build a resilient and sustainable future. As we draw these important deliberations to a close, it is essential to consolidate our thoughts and look ahead with clear purpose and direction. There is no better person to provide this crucial perspective and officially conclude our gathering than a leader who stands at the center of government coordination and implementation in this beautiful country, Uganda. It is therefore my distinct honor and singular privilege to invite to the podium the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, a dedicated leader committed to our continent's development and progress across all sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, to deliver her closing remark.
Please sit. Your Excellencies, the former heads of state and government, the Right Honorable Prime Ministers Emeritus, the Executive Secretary UNECA, and your team, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a great honor and a privilege to join you today to officially close this distinguished forum organized by UONGOZI Institute of Leadership on Sustainable Development, together with Government of Uganda and Economic Commission of Africa. Please join me to extend my deepest appreciation to the former heads of state and government who have graced this event, not just with your presence, but with your wisdom, clarity of thought, and unwavering commitment to the continent's progress. Yes, Africa is united ever than before for a purpose, as already stated by His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete. Let me take a special moment to thank His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who officially opened this important gathering yesterday. Uganda values its national, regional, and global commitments, and it is precisely because of this that His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni personally made time to be with us yesterday. His presence underscored not only the significance of this workshop, but also our shared conviction that strong and values-driven leadership is the cornerstone of Africa's sustainable future. Indeed, the people of Uganda stand firmly behind the efforts being made here. They believe in what we are doing, building resilient, prosperous Africa grounded in good governance, equity, and sustainable development. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, their trust reaffirms our collective responsibility to lead with integrity and vision. This workshop has been timely, taking place alongside the 11th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. The intersection of these two events speaks volumes. It tells us that leadership and development are inseparable paths. Indeed, they are intertwined. One enables the other. Over the last 2 days, you have tackled critical themes. I mean critical themes. That is climate change, peace and security, youth and employment, inequality, and the widening financial gap. But above all, you have reignited the call for transformative leadership. Leadership that listens, leadership that unites, and leadership that delivers. As Uganda, these values are embedded in our Vision 2040, the National Development Plan 4, and the NRM Manifesto. We recognize that some African states may not deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals all the aspirations of Agenda 2063 without a bold and ethical leadership culture, one that inspires innovation, nurtures leaders, and remains accountable to the people. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this workshop must not end as just another meeting. It must be remembered as a milestone in Africa's leadership journey. The ideas you have generated, the experiences you have shared, and the networks you have strengthened must now find expression in concrete actions. I repeat, in concrete actions by member states. It must be remembered that the cure to Africa's underdevelopment, as stated by His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni yesterday, are one, peace and security. You cannot think of development when there is no peace in your country. He reminded us to stop the exportation of raw materials to the outside world so that African countries can attract investments, I mean industries, factories, which will definitely create jobs to the younger population. There is a need for long-term concessional financing. Long-term concessional financing for critical infrastructure development. Under agriculture, much emphasis should be put on mechanization, irrigation, and fertilizer application together with disease control to boost production, productivity, and profitability, in addition to multiplication, distribution, and certification of seeds and stocking materials. Since agriculture employs majority of our people, African farmers should be mobilized and educated on high-value enterprises or high-value crops and the global modern farming methods. We need Africa's interconnectivity through all-weather roads, the railway, and water transport, which is cheap to market our products to the region and continental free trade area. For social and economic transformation, African governments must prioritize as a matter of urgency the cost of electricity through electricity generation, increased access to renewable energy, and utilization through energy efficiency practices and technologies. That way, we will be industrializing yet mitigating climate change. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when the unit costs of electricity, transport, and the money plus labor are high, the cost of production automatically increases, and this lowers the profit margin. No investor can be attracted to any economy to make losses. That is a fact. I also want to thank our development partners for the support to African countries. However, the conditionalities. There is need to provide concessional financing or even grants to critical sectors such as roads, electricity, railway, and water transport to lower the cost of production. And this way, Africa will be competitive on the global market. Financing is one of the greatest challenges that undermine efforts of developing countries to fully implement their development agenda. As we proceed with the remaining sessions of the 11th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, let us take with us the clarity and courage sharpened by this UONGOZI platform. Let us move forward collectively with one voice as usual, one purpose, and one commitment to leave no one behind. On behalf of the government and the people of Uganda, I thank UONGOZI Institute for choosing Uganda as the host of this landmark engagement. We are proud to stand with you in the journey to advance ethical and effective leadership for sustainable development. It is now my distinct honor on behalf of Government of Uganda to declare this forum officially closed. I wish you all a safe journey back home. I thank you so much for God and my country.
With a lot of humility, I would like to request the President's Excellencies to come here forward for a group photograph. Along with, they will have their own photograph as presidents, and then we shall have also the Prime Ministers come in for the second photograph. And the final photograph will be with the Aladi team that will be with the leaders here. So, sorry? No, they are already seated. They are already seated. Yeah. Two. Yeah. Okay, can we invite the Prime Ministers, Right Honorable Hamama Mbabazi and also Right Honorable and the UNECA team, please. I think you will stand behind to be just sufficient. The UNECA team, we all here? Okay. Already 10. Can we have the Aladi team quickly? We have to be quick because our guest of honor has got an urgent meeting. Thanks very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister Robin Anabanja and His Excellencies. Thanks very much for this. I apologize. Where do we? Can we have the UONGOZI team here quickly? The organizers, and then we shall have the protocol chief to come here. And I've overextended my stay here. So, protocol. Organizers, are we all here? Very good. Okay. The head of the protocol team, can you come over and take on the mic to give us direction? Oh, he's here. Okay. Head of protocol, right here. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a lunch break, and I would appeal that the VIPs, our former presidents and former prime ministers, go to be served first, and then the rest of us will follow. Thank you. The protocol officers, please take charge and lead our principals to have their lunch.